John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. But his soul goes marching on. The stars above in heaven are looking kindly down. The stars above in heaven are looking kindly down. The stars above in heaven are looking kindly down on the grave of old John Brown. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hanged him for a traitor, they themselves the traitor crew. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. Well, he's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath is stored. He's loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on.
A-mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. The stars above in heaven now are looking kindly down. The stars above in heaven now are looking kindly down. The stars above in heaven now are looking kindly down on the grave of old John Brown. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes
this version of the song was recorded only 36 years after the end of the Civil War. So, let's give it a listen, huh?
Young Brown Study, sung by J.W. Myers. Young brown study lies a mouldering in the grave. Young brown study lies a mouldering in the grave. Young brown study lies a mouldering in the grave. Its soul is nothing more. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is nothing more. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. His soul is nothing more. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is nothing more. John Brown's knapsack is wrapped upon his back. John Brown's knapsack is wrapped upon his back. John Brown's knapsack is...
I didn't hear knapsack at first. I heard something else, and you know what? Still applies.
wrapped upon his back. His soul is nothing more. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is nothing more. They will hang Jeff Davis to a sour apple tree. They'll hang Jeff Davis to a sour apple tree.
God willing.
They'll hang Jeff Davis to a sour apple tree. And they go knocking along. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is nothing more.
Well, I can't not play this song now that it accidentally started. You want to know what I heard? I heard nutsack. I heard nutsack, okay?
What does the Bachelor say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide,
That's a satisfying song to open stream, not gonna lie. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Entrauma. Hope you're doing all right. Hello, the Mana King. Hello, 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 Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Vox and Socks. Hello, Mithril Mist. How we all doing? Hope we're doing good today, folks. Hey, Stout Man, how you doing? How we all doing? Hey. Roots of Pacha is great. I don't know what that is. Is that a new game? I've been feeling pretty motivated for life today. Hell yeah, 10-letter name. I went to therapy in person for the first time in like 2 years. Felt pretty good. But also it was one of those sessions where like me actually divulging all the things that are like getting to me lately just made me so much more anxious. God. Hello, it's a Roro. How you doing? How you living? Honestly, Vox and Socks, that was me after my session today. That emoji perfectly encapsulates just like, fuck, man. Basically Neolithic Stardew Valley. Ooh. I'm looking forward to that Stardew Valley, but like someone's a serial killer game. That looks pretty cool. I like it. I like the concept. I like it. Auto D-Cynics. Nani? Running on a little less than 5 hours of sleep. Stradman, why? Hello, Sentient Waffle. How you doing? About the in-person, not the more anxious. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it was really good. Like, going to therapy in person is better than doing it online, but doing it online is better than not doing it at all, you know? So, you know, was good till I got a condolence card from a cousin who blocked me on Facebook once, so there's that. Yeah, that sounds awkward. Hello, One Hand Wonder. Hi, Catalina Gearbox. Stardew Valley, but someone's a killer. Yeah. It's like grave something. Grave Seasons. Yeah. Here, let's take a look. We'll take a look at the trailer. If I can find it. Holy shit. Ate some gummies, probably gonna trip out. I don't know if you'll trip out, but you'll probably get pretty sleepy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just show me the trailer. Why you gotta be like this? Okay, so it's very early in development. Oh yeah, it's being developed by Sun M, who goes by Bog Boogie on Twitter. It's real cool. Let's see. I want a video. Please. There we go.
this game? Okay, what if Stardew Valley had like a dash of whodunit mystery and you get grave seasons? So you're a farmer in the typical farming sim in a cozy autumnal town, but with every game, one of the townspeople is a murderer and you have to figure out who it is before they murder all of the townspeople. You can also romance townspeople, which means you can accidentally romance the murderer. What elements are y'all hoping for? Because I am really excited for the cozy chaos of this. It's still really early in development, so I would follow the publisher Perfect Garbage on Twitter if you want updates.
Yeah, it's cool. It's super early, so there's not even an official trailer out. Is it PC only? No idea. It's just being worked on by the publisher Perfect Garbage. Your top color looks fantastic on you. Thank you, Vox and Socks. I was wearing it today with some thigh-high boots and like some little short shorts. It was really cute. It's a really cute outfit. Is it inspired by the famous murder farming game that might not exist? No, it's just one of the people who worked on Love Shores has just been kind of quietly working on like Stardew Valley, but there's a murderer. Do I like puzzle games? Yes. Accidentally romance the murder, she says. Well, then the other Mithril Mist, the other challenge is figuring out who the murderer is so you can smooch them. Roots of Pacha also has a lesbian couple and a romanceable autistic character. Nice. One second. I'm gonna post my outfit pic on Twitter because it was genuinely really cute. Just need to find a good one. Not this one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That was pretty good. This one's pretty okay. Maybe I'll use this one. I want to share my outfit with you guys, but I gotta find the good pictures that don't have my titties out. It's so hard being me with these massive bazongas. Hey. God, sometimes I'm trying to strike a pose and I just look kind of scared. It's a bad look. All right. Anyway, this might be for you, Firmament. I can change her. You can change her, chat. You can do it. She just needs to meet the right guy or girl, and then she won't be a murderer. You can do it, chat. I believe in you. Just don't get murdered, okay? Excellent. Excellent. I've nailed it. I've nailed it. I did it. I did it. Also, I've heard good things about Ixion. Is anyone played that game? Firmament. You know what? The Myst games never really connected for me, okay? Unfortunately. And this is by those people, and like all respect to them. They nailed a bunch of game stuff. Their games just aren't really meant for me in my little brain. And I'll go with this one. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Man, there we go. Excellent. I finally tweeted them. Wait, wouldn't those be the good pictures? Not to show on stream. Nindreen, hello, hello. All right. Look, chat, I promised I had good outfits, okay? I promised I had a good outfit today. Look at that. Look at the thigh-high boots with the leggings and this weird ass top that really is only good for either being real cozy or real slutty. There's no in between. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Coordinating with the handbag. Coordinating with the handbag. And it's a mom-sized handbag, so it can fit so many snacks in there. So many snacks. Graveyard Keeper is also pretty good. Graveyard Keeper is really good. I got really into it, and then I just kind of fell off. Which I don't think was the game's fault. I think I was just... It was me. It was me. I was the problem. Look, I just think sometimes my outfits are really good, and I like them. You look so cute in that pic. Thank you. Still haven't played Graveyard Keeper. I got it in a sale ages ago. It's a good game. There's just a much clearer sense of progression in Graveyard Keeper and like a clearer sense of purpose than in Stardew Valley, where you can just kind of go in whatever direction, you know? I mean, Susan Sarandon is really cool, Punky Gal. Just all the time. She's never not been cool. Alright. Folks. Guess what? Guess what, everybody? It's John Brown's birthday, baby. John Brown's birthday today. That's right, John Brown, the man who led the attack on Harper's Ferry. The absolute GOAT. Who said, I acknowledge no master in human form, and you know what? Based as hell. Based as hell, baby. And I figured we would go over like our usual little tribute to John Brown. And apparently there's an extra history series on John Brown now, and I figured we'd go over that too. Because you know what? John Brown was not somebody I was taught very much about when I was in school, okay? We learned about the Civil War, of course, but John Brown, not so much. I only learned like within like the last 5 years that the song that I thought was the Battle Hymn of the Republic was actually John Brown's Body. And that was adapted to be like one of the main patriotic hymns of the Union Army. So, literally in death, John Brown marched into the South, and fucked some shit up in the name of freedom. And I for one, think that that's really good, actually. This is not John Brown. That's pay no attention to the Mario.
On October 16, 1859, John Brown and nearly 24 slaves seized the armory at Harper's Ferry in West Virginia, hoping to use its massive arsenal in the struggle to end slavery. Captured and brought to trial at nearby Charleston, Brown was found guilty of treason. 1 month before his execution, he addressed a courtroom in Charleston, West Virginia.
You might ask yourself, was that Aragorn? And the answer may surprise you. Yes, it was. They got the king of Gondor to come and open this event.
I have, may it please the court, a few words to say.
And keep in mind, he gave this speech after being sentenced to death.
In the first place, I deny everything but what I have all along admitted. The design on my part to free the slaves. I intended certainly to have made a clear thing of that matter, as I did last winter when I went into Missouri and there took slaves without the snapping of a gun on either side, moved them through the country, and finally left them in Canada. I designed to have done that same thing again on a larger scale. That was all I intended. I never intended murder or treason or destruction of property or to excite or incite the slaves to rebellion or make insurrection. I have another objection, and that is, it is unjust that I should suffer such a penalty. Had I interfered in the manner which I admit, and which I admit has been fairly proved, had I so interfered in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, either father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or children, or any of that class, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been all right. And every man in this courtroom would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. This court acknowledges, I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. And it teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavored to act up to that instruction. Now, I say I am yet too young to understand that God is any respecter of persons. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done, in behalf of his despised poor, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done.
It's a really, like, you know what? If you're gonna sit down and put pen to paper about what you are gonna say when you are sentenced to your death for fighting for other people's freedom, I don't know if there's any perfect thing to say, but that came extraordinarily close, you know? Yeah, then they hung him from the neck until dead. And you know, worth noting that conservatives, by the way, try and frame John Brown to this day, by the way, as a terrorist, as a horrible, horrible, you know, figure of history who, you know, enacted violence against the republic and tried to overthrow democracy. And I think it's maybe worthwhile to note that they don't seem to extend this level of spite or hatred towards those who fly the Confederate flag, or those who build statues to commemorate those who took up arms against the United States in order to defend the bondage of millions as property. What is the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? Well, I would argue that in a lot of respects, it's difficult to determine one from the other, depending on perspective. But I think we can safely say that a person attempting, by both peaceful or violent means, to undo the bondage of slavery is definitionally a freedom fighter. Definitionally, maybe employing violence to achieve those ends, but is fighting for freedom. Robert E. Lee, upon the hanging of John Brown, unironically stated, "So die all traitors." It always depends which side you're on, but I would argue that the freedom to keep slaves versus the freedom to exist as an unenslaved man, woman, or child, I know which one I would personally land on the side of. It's not a hard question in these times. True, Brown did attack civilians, though I would argue that those civilians were attacking other civilians by enslaving them. I have very little respect or sympathy for people who owned others and in so doing brought harm upon themselves. So let's learn a little bit more about this question. Who was John Brown? Terrorist or freedom fighter?
Franklin County, Kansas Territory, May 24th, 1856. In the dead of night, the militiamen enter the house with guns and order 3 men, James Doyle and his adult sons William and Drury, to come with them. They reluctantly comply, while Doyle's wife and the boy's mother watches sobbing. The armed men lead the Doyles into the dark and begin to question them. Had they participated in the sacking of the abolitionist town of Lawrence? You see, 3 days ago, an armed paramilitary force had descended on Lawrence, flying banners reading Southern Rights and varying racist phrases. They had smashed the presses of its 2 abolitionist newspapers and burned down the Free State Hotel. As they were being questioned, the Doyles noticed something. These interrogators were not from the law. Rather, they are the radical abolitionist John Brown and 2 of his sons, and this is not an arrest. Of course, we don't know exactly how they responded, but at a signal from Brown, broadswords flash in the moonlight. And when the screaming dies down, Brown finishes James Doyle with a pistol shot, and he and his boys depart. They have a busy night ahead of them. There are 3 more slavers on his list tonight.
Thanks so much to Trade Coffee for keeping us history-loving beans well caffeinated. John Brown is one of the most controversial figures in American history. A radical abolitionist, he preached that a nonviolent solution to slavery was not possible, that all races were equal under God and the law, and that the only form of emancipation was immediate and total. If that required a violent uprising, then so be it. Now, while we as modern people admire his goals of racial equality and an immediate end to slavery, in the 1850s, these were extreme views, even amongst abolitionists. And Brown's use of violence horrified the largely pacifist anti-slavery movement at the time, at first. He was referred to as insane, as a zealot, and debates continue to this day over whether he was a hero or what we would today call a terrorist.
By the way, I love the little asterisk in there. People considered him radical at first. like just a brief pause. 'Cause honestly, you can make a pretty solid argument that John Brown was the spark that lit the fire of the Civil War, in a lot of ways.
His willingness to act on his principles, to spill white blood to liberate black people, would make him simultaneously one of the most admired and hated men in America, especially after he seized a federal arsenal in an attempt to kickstart and arm a massive slave rebellion. In fact, he's often listed, personally, as lighting the fuse of the Civil War. And if that's true, we know when the match was struck. Ohio, 1812. John Brown has just met a slave owner for the first time, and he likes him. It's a marshal who runs the town where John has just delivered his father's cattle. And at a dinner party, the marshal cannot stop talking about how great he thinks John is. He's amazed that John, only 12, drove his father's cattle here alone. He recounts John's adventures and life of hardship, moving from Connecticut to Frontier, Ohio, and losing his mother at age 8. And as the party talks, they're served by the marshal's slave, a boy about John's age. Earlier that evening, the two had played as friends. Now, John is a strict Calvinist, raised in the abolitionist hotbed of Hudson, Ohio. He'd been taught slavery is evil, and he'd seen the escaped slaves his father, a conductor on the Underground Railroad, hid on their farm. But this marshal, he doesn't seem evil. He's so nice. But as the guests leave, the same man who'd treated John so kindly walks to the fireplace, picks up an iron shovel, and begins beating his friend over the head with it for not serving the food fast enough. That was John Brown's first brush with slavery, not the kind portrayed in...
Jesus fucking Christ. I actually didn't know that. Fuck, man. But they treated their slaves so well, the conservative argument goes these days.
In abolitionist pamphlets and speeches, mind you, but real slavery, where you could see the bruises and smell the blood. It horrified him. Truly, he thought, this was a sin against God. And Brown thought about God a lot. He did so while wandering the woods during his off hours after working in his father's tannery. He memorized the Bible cover to cover and could recite any verse perfectly on command. However, his dreams of becoming a minister were dashed at the age of 16, when he went east to do preparatory theological studies, but found himself unequal to it. His schooling was poor, and an eye condition made him unable to keep up with the reading.
Oh no.
He instead returned to Hudson to start a new tannery, complete with a room for hiding escaped slaves. It was a success.
Goddamn based. Like, just his entire life, like, okay, over here's where we're gonna have, we'll be tanning the leathers and the hides and stuff. And of course, back there is where we're gonna build, like, the secret escaped slave room, because we need to make sure we're getting people out of slavery, even, when I'm, like, fucking, 17 years old.
Though Brown gained a reputation as a bit of an eccentric who would not weigh and sell hides unless they were fully dried, even if the customer wanted them. No customer of mine is paying for water. They brought in a woman to bake bread, and John, though shy, would go on to marry her daughter, Dianthe. They would have 7 children together. Now, we have to take a moment to talk about what Brown was like as a father, because for him, battling slavery would become a family affair. Brown ruled over his family like an Old Testament patriarch. He could be gentle and affectionate,
Probably
singing
not
his
great.
children to sleep and nursing them when they were ill. But even minor infractions in the Brown household were corrected with a switch, despite Brown clearly not enjoying it. In fact, once, when his eldest son, John Jr., had accumulated 25 lashes, Brown saw an opportunity for religious education. After giving the teenaged boy 8, he handed Jr. the switch and told him that he would take the other 17. A lesson he hoped in both Jesus taking on the sins of the world and that Junior hurt his father when he disobeyed. When he was 25, Brown sold his tannery and relocated the family to
Jesus.
Pennsylvania. This was partially because Brown never felt
I just have to imagine that having your child beat you is, well, you know, I haven't heard of reverse corporal punishment before, but I guess that might be pretty traumatizing too.
content unless he was building something, but also because the escaped slaves he hid at his farm would be safer. Despite his youth, Brown became a major figure in the community there, founding another tannery, surveying, becoming a postmaster, and helping 2,500 people escape to Canada over the next decade, until misfortune struck. First, his 4-year-old son died, followed by Dianthe dying in childbirth, delivering a stillborn daughter. Brown, himself ill and in deep grief, sent his 5 children to a neighbor as he spent hours each day lying face down on their graves and weeping. He remarried the next year to the 17-year-old Marianne, daughter of his housekeeper, with whom he'd have 13 more children.
Oh my God.
Yet Brown's businesses never recovered from his lost year.
What? First of all, sussy to marry a 17-year-old. I know different times, but still sussy. Second of all, you had 13, you already had like 7 kids with your first wife. You're really just pumping them out, my guy. Holy shit.
He moved his family back to Ohio and bought
Gonna fucking breed an entire army to free the South himself. Holy moly.
land near a developing canal. Sure, he'd be able to sell it for an enormous profit. However, the Panic of 1837 wiped him out, and his large number of children ensured he'd never be financially sound again. This was yet another confusing period for Brown. He knocked around, working where he could find it, and he fretted that, despite his work on the Underground Railroad, he simply wasn't doing enough to battle slavery. He was ejected from his church for inviting a black family to sit in his pew, and mused over starting a school for African American youth. And Brown's dark decade was mirrored nationally in the wider abolitionist movement. During the time of Brown's father, it had been assumed that with the importation of slaves banned in 1807, the institution would die out. Instead, it was growing more powerful politically and economically. Slave owners had responded to the tightened supply with livestock-like breeding programs, doubling the enslaved population from 2 million to 4 million.
Yeah, they don't really talk about that very much in school either. And the current conservative rhetoric on the Civil War is largely, like, oh, slavery would have died out anyway, but the fact that they had actual breeding programs, like forced impregnation of slaves, in order to try and double, like literally like their livestock. Yeah. Nah, dude. Nah.
Efforts to stop slavery's expansion failed as well. Pro-slavery legislators negotiated the Missouri Compromise of 1820, creating a situation where for every northern free state added to the Union, a southern slave state would be added as well. Slavery advocates also increasingly relied upon violence. In 1835, a pro-slavery mob in Boston crashed a lecture by William Lloyd Garrison, founder of the American Anti-Slavery Society. The 1,500 rioters pulled Garrison through the street by a rope, and only the mayor's intervention prevented his lynching. Another blow came in 1837, when an armed mob besieged minister and abolitionist newspaper editor Elijah P. Lovejoy in the warehouse that he'd used to hide his printing press. Lovejoy was shot 5 times and had to be buried in an unmarked grave to prevent desecration.
Jesus.
Memorial services were held across the nation, and in Springfield, Massachusetts, a strange thing happened. At the end of the service, as the last hymn reverberated, a man stepped from the back of the church and raised his right hand. He was new in town, a wool specialist, I think, but he'd already made an impression. "Here by God," the man said, "in the presence of these witnesses, from this time, I consecrate my life to the destruction of slavery." It was John Brown, and he had found his mission. A mission he was in exactly the right place to pursue, since he had moved to Springfield in order to make the connections that would help him strike a death blow to slavery. Connections that would put him in contact with Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and the Secret Six, the abolitionist financiers who discreetly funded his guerrilla war. The path to bloody Kansas was laid, and John Brown would follow it. Seriously, there's so much more for us to cover, we're gonna need a pick-me-up. Ooh, so you know what that means, Zoe? Heck yeah, coffee o'clock delivered right to my... Because seriously, my coffee at, remind you, opted for talking about how well y'all want, but SeriousAid.com for a coffee patrons. I'm not kidding. 1847, Springfield, Massachusetts. Frederick Douglass is fascinated. He'd come to this house at the owner's invitation, curious about the one white member of the black church where he'd just given a lecture about his life under slavery. Now, when he's had dinner with white abolitionists in the past, it's usually at fine houses, and it's awkward. But this man, John Brown, lives in a house more modest than Douglass's own, and his family is so used to having black neighbors for dinner that there's no hint of tension. The table is full of lively conversation and gentle prodding. Yet after dinner, when Brown sends his daughter upstairs, telling her that Papa cannot sing her to sleep tonight, the conversation changes. Brown tells Douglass that he believes slavery is evil, unnatural, that the enslaved must take violent action in their own emancipation, and that he, John Brown, is willing to lay down his life in the effort. Douglass has heard white abolitionists make this claim before, but this time, he believes it.
Goddamn.
Thanks so much to Factor for keeping us well fed on a busy schedule. John Brown's meeting with Frederick Douglass, the most famous black orator of the abolitionist era, was no mere happenstance. In fact, Brown had intentionally moved to the abolitionist center of Springfield in order to deepen his knowledge and contacts in the movement. He'd also been offered a job tending sheep, and, well, he needed the work. Turned out, Brown was talented with animals, and if he'd stuck to those trades, he probably would have kept financially stable. But instead, he kept pouring money, both his and loaned from friends, into bad ventures. By 1842, he had to declare bankruptcy and was tied up with lawsuits. Sadly, this run of financial misfortune came at the same time as personal tragedy. In 1843, 4 of his youngest children, aged 1 to 9, died in a dysentery outbreak, and he'd lose 3 more children in the next decade, including 1 to a terrible kitchen accident.
Oh, God. I mean, at least he had like 10 more kids, I guess.
Yet amidst these financial and personal catastrophes, he was pushing forward in another area, that of abolition. He and his sons continued to smuggle people north as part of the Underground Railroad, and used his business travels to establish a network of contacts among free blacks in the North. And in that work, he encountered a more militant brand of abolitionism that, preached by those who had actually been enslaved, did not consider violence to be contrary to the cause of emancipation. When he moved to Springfield, he joined a black Congregationalist church, embedding himself in the black community there. He hired black residents in his wool business and secretly met them before...
Okay, but this sheep is really cute. I really like the way this sheep was drawn. It's very adorable.
...and after work to discuss freeing slaves. Not just through the Underground Railroad, mind you, but through direct liberation. He also saw lecturers like Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass, leading to a fateful meeting that would change Douglass's life. Whatever Douglass expected from the after-dinner conversation, this was not it. Brown told him that he was recruiting men to be an army of liberation, that he wanted to take a force of free black men down to the Appalachian Mountains and fight a guerrilla war against slavery, that he would raid for rifles and free slaves to join their ranks, much like the Haitian revolutionaries, because if black men seized their own freedom, the North would respect and support them, and they would gradually drive slavery further south. This talk alarmed Douglass. A force of armed slaves was the South's nightmare, and Douglass thought that they would marshal any force necessary to stamp it out. But the way that Brown spoke was electric. Though a white gentleman, Douglass said, he is in sympathy with the black man and is deeply interested in our cause, as though his own soul had been pierced with the iron of slavery. And though Douglass worked with William Lloyd Garrison, a proponent of nonviolent resistance against slavery, what Brown said made sense. Would these ruthless opponents really give up the chains of the slaveholder except by blood? While I continued to write and speak against slavery, Douglass later recalled, I became all the less hopeful for its peaceful abolition. My utterances became more and more tinged by the color of this man's strong impressions. And no wonder, for the national policies around slavery became even more nasty. The effort to prevent slavery's expansion had utterly failed. Texas joined the Union as a massive new slave state. Then the Mexican-American War added yet more territory that pro-slavery congressmen tried to organize into slave states, both to expand the institution and to get 2 more pro-slavery senators for each new state. And 9 southern states even held a convention threatening to secede if slavery were outlawed in the new territory. The argument—
Yeah, but the Civil War wasn't about slavery though. Ho ho ho! Those fucking conservative chuckle fucks.
over this led to brawls and drawn pistols on the floor of Congress, and civil war was only averted with the Compromise of 1850, a complicated series of bills that admitted California as a free state to balance Texas and stipulate that the newly created Utah Territory and New Mexico Territory would only send non-voting members to Congress. This preserved the balance of power, which in the Senate was evenly split between the 2 factions, though due to the North's larger population, the House of Representatives had an anti-slavery majority. This all sounds familiar?
Don't think about it too much.
But what truly inflamed the North was a bill passed as part of the compromise, known as the Fugitive Slave Act, allowing runaway slaves to be arrested in free states and returned to bondage, backed by nothing but oral testimony. It
Yep.
also compelled law enforcement in free states to—
Also known as the fucking Bullshit Act. This is where that movie 12 Years a Slave comes from. The Fugitive Slave Act essentially created modern American policing, and it's around this time where like anyone could just basically point at a black guy and be like, "Hey, that guy's actually a slave down in Mississippi," and they would just ship him off. Very few questions asked.
to enact and cooperate with these seizures, and anyone aiding or sheltering an escaped slave could be fined $1,000 and imprisoned 6 months. The act bolstered anti-slavery sentiment in the free states. Even Northerners that were lukewarm on the issue hated it, because this bill turned the issue of slavery, one that seemed like a far-off Southern problem, into one that impacted directly on their communities. It not only put a slave catcher on your street, but it made you become a slave catcher as well. Seriously, who do these slavers think they were? Most northern states refused to enforce it. In Wisconsin, it was declared unconstitutional, and in Massachusetts, Brown organized a militia known as the League of Gileadites, a mixed-race armed militia that swore to meet with force any attempt to enslave its residents. Due to the League, not a single person would be taken from Springfield. It was Brown's last act before he moved to North Elba, New York, a remote community high in the Adirondack Mountains that a millionaire had started as an experiment to show that former slaves could form a functioning community. Brown settled his family there to act as a mentor, using his surveying and farming skills to advise those that needed help. Visitors found him having dinner with his black neighbors, referring to them by their surnames and the term Mr. and Mrs. in a way that was simply not done then, even by abolitionists.
Yeah, keep in mind, even abolitionists didn't think that black people were as good as white people. Like even if you were a white abolitionist back then, most white abolitionists did not treat black people the same way they treated white people. They were still very uncomfortable around black people. They didn't think black people needed the same social niceties as white people. It was basically still a massive social gap, as well as a massive economic gap.
Though he would not stay long, for crisis once again brewed, this time in Kansas. In 1854, a bill known as the Kansas-Nebraska Act took some of the unorganized territory gained in the Louisiana Purchase and formed the states of Nebraska and Kansas. But while these states were above the line set in the Missouri Compromise, and by that measure would make them free states, the bill instead put it up to a popular vote by residents. Nebraska was safely in free state territory right by Iowa, but Kansas sat just across the border from the slave state of Missouri, meaning that most of the settlers were Southern. Both sides saw the opportunity and poured settlers into Kansas for the express purpose of voting it in either as a slave state or a free state. In fact, 5 of Brown's sons moved there, starting an outpost known as Brown's Station. Yet the father himself, now 55, was too old to go. Plus, the 1,200 free state settlers were met by a tide of what would become known as border ruffians. These armed pro-slavery militias were an alliance between Missourians who had settled in Kansas and Missouri residents who surged across the border to illegally sway elections for governor and the state legislature. They voted fraudulently, stuffed ballot boxes, surrounded polling places with armed men, and threatened the lives of election officials.
Damn, who'd have thought that slavers would be full of this kind of bullshit?
A later investigation found 62% of ballots were cast illegally, and in
Oh
one
my
area,
God, what?
ballots by non-residents outnumbered those of residents 30-1.
Oh my God, what? Literally outnumbered for every one real vote, there were 30 fraudulent votes. That's insane. This is what the modern Republican Party claims happens in our elections today, despite there being no evidence.
Administration of President Franklin Pierce, himself pro-slavery, ratified the results anyway. Free state settlers were harassed, threatened, and intimidated in an attempt to get them to leave. Crossing Missouri on the way to Kansas, Brown's sons found that locals refused to sell them food due to their northern accents. The rigged pro-slavery legislature made it a crime to aid fugitive slaves, print abolitionist articles, or even speak against slavery. As a result of this, in 1855,
But the First Amendment prevents that. How could they make laws that infringe on the First Amendment?
Brown received a letter from his sons. They were in dire straits, surrounded by neighbors who threatened their lives. Now, they needed something even more than food. They needed guns. So John Brown loaded a wagon full of swords, knives, and repeating rifles donated by abolitionist churches and headed for Bleeding, Kansas. And a countdown to a massacre had begun. And while we'll have to wait until next week to talk about that infamous series,
I mean, just goddamn, you receive a letter from 5 of your sons being like, "Hey, Dad, they're trying to kill us down here," and you're just like hell they are, and you load up a wagon full of guns and knives, like just absolute ride or die shit. Let's go.
May 22nd, 1856, the Senate Chamber, Washington, D.C. Representative Preston Brooks walks into the hall, 2 other congressmen at his back, stopping by the desk of Senator Charles Sumner. 2 days before, Sumner had delivered a fiery speech called The Crime Against Kansas, excoriating his slaveholding colleagues, especially Senator Andrew Butler. "Mr. Sumner," Brooks says, "I have read your speech twice over carefully. It is libel in South Carolina, and Mr. Butler is a relative of mine." Sumner barely looks up before Brooks raises his gold-headed walking cane and brings it down on Sumner's head, again and again. Brooks's allies then pull weapons and prevent other senators from intervening. Trapped between his chair and desk, Sumner can't rise or defend himself, but finally he extricates himself and staggers away, blinded by blood. Brooks follows, still beating Sumner with his now broken cane, even as he loses consciousness. Blood begins to pool on the Senate floor. Blood that will run as far as Kansas. Would you like to see the next episode of this series immediately after watching this one instead of having to wait a full week?
Well, we're gonna do that because these came out months ago.
5 sons living in crisis. They were sick, short on food, and living in tents within a small settlement they'd named Brown's Station. As quickly as he could, he nursed them back to health and knocked together a couple of log cabins to ride out the bitter winter that was just around the corner. But cold wasn't the only danger. Brown's Station and the nearby abolitionist settlement of Osawatomie, where Brown's in-laws lived, were surrounded by pro-slavery settlers determined to drive them out. These men had threatened Brown's sons and relatives, they'd passed written death threats to 2 men Brown knew, and beaten a local shopkeeper. In one particularly nasty incident, they'd cornered a young woman who'd been helping Brown's son Frederick make bullets for Free State militias and threatened to sexually assault her. And
Jesus Christ. No, Charles Sumner was not killed, but he did remain absent from the Senate for several years. And the North turned his empty seat into a symbol to rally around against the violence and brutality of Southern slavery.
And elsewhere in Kansas, threats had become very real. A pro-slavery man shot and killed his abolitionist neighbor, and then, in the depths of that icy winter, a Free State man was hacked to death and his frozen body parts dumped on his own doorstep.
Yeah, keep in mind, in the context of these times, pro-slavery, like, vigilantes were just going around fucking murdering anyone who said anything positive about, you know, potentially not owning people.
Kansas was rapidly heading towards civil war, and Brown, seeing this, founded his own militia company, getting ready to fight if need be. Also, after the fraudulent elections of 1855, where pro-slavery militia...
Vox and Sox, correct. The failure of Reconstruction is one of the greatest sins America has ever committed. And then they became cops. Yeah, no, literally, the institution of policing in the United States is built upon escaped slave catchers. You know?
Militias had captured the state legislature, the Free State Camp decided to hold their own elections and form their own government. So yeah, now there were two rival governments in Kansas, one pro-slavery and one free state, both with armed militias.
Based.
However, the Franklin Pierce administration, staunchly pro...
I will argue it's really based to form a separate government when your government is in favor of owning people as property.
Pro-slavery and happy to ignore the flagrant electoral cheating, considered the Free State rebels and allowed the new governor to appoint Missouri militia leaders as sheriffs. This essentially let the border ruffians, not only Missourians...
I'm not convinced Reconstruction could have gone well under the circumstances. I don't know. I think military occupation of the South over a longer period of time probably would have yielded better results. You know, stuff like anyone who was involved in the Civil War couldn't run for office, stuff like that. You know, basically having a military government installed in the South for a provisional military government installed for a prolonged period of time to ensure things like, I don't know, black elected officials weren't run out of office or hung, or black people weren't intimidated out of voting, stuff like that. Yeah, we could have reconstructed a little bit better. Yeah, for sure.
Now, but mercenaries and volunteers from all over the South harass Free Staters under the cover of law. In April of 1856, Sheriff Samuel Jones, a border ruffian leader, entered the abolitionist capital of Lawrence on a mission to arrest leaders of the Free State legislature. When he was eventually shot and driven out of town, he then convinced a grand jury to give him legal power to crush Lawrence, and he returned on May 21st with an army of 800 border ruffians. Now, a similar standoff the previous year had been de-escalated, but not this time. The border ruffians surrounded Lawrence, disarmed the residents, and sacked the town. They broke windows and destroyed a legislator's house. They smashed the presses of two abolitionist newspapers, and they attacked the largest, strongest building in town, the Free State Hotel. First with a cannon, then detonating gunpowder in the lobby, and when none of that worked, simply by burning it down. Though there were few casualties, the property devastation was considerable, and as luck would have it, John Brown heard about the sacking of Lawrence and the caning of Senator Sumner on the same day. He was furious. Now, to this point, the violence and threats in Kansas had been incredibly one-sided. Oh, but no more. If they wanted violence, he would give them violence. Enough that these border ruffians would think twice before threatening or attacking another Free Stater. Basically, they hecked around, and now they were gonna find out. Brown handpicked a team from his militia company, consisting of his sons Owen, Solomon, Frederick, and Oliver, plus two men who'd also been threatened. They took along old U.S. Army broadswords with mercury-filled channels in the blades, so the liquid metal increased the force of the swing. Then they targeted the neighbors who harassed and
I've never heard of a broadsword design like that. That's actually really interesting. Sorry, just on its own. I'd never heard of a sword design like that.
Threatened them. First, there was James Doyle and his two sons that we talked about in episode 1. They hacked all three men to death in their front yard. They did the same for another militiaman. And
John Brown's other name was, Find Out.
At a third cabin, they found nearly half a dozen men. Through questioning them, they found only one who was in fact a border ruffian and killed him as well. It was the start of John Brown's war on slavery. As far as he was concerned, it was ridiculous to consider the killing of a few oppressors too high a price, given the millions of black Americans who were abused, beaten, raped, and murdered due to the practice of slavery. But gut checked.
Yeah, I am become consequences.
Time. If you're feeling a little queasy about this, that makes sense, because while Brown's logic about liberation might be sound, this kind of violence always triggers reprisals and escalation.
Nah, you know what? Fuck that. If people are owning people as property, I am okay with violence. And you know what? If that violence escalates, good. Let it escalate. Let it escalate until that violence consumes those who want to own people as property. Like, not only did John Brown not start this violence, you know, the institution of slavery itself started that violence. How it was institutionalized in the United States, how it was defended in the United States. That started the violence. Or you could even lay the blame, if you wanted a more recent and contemporary cause. The border ruffians, the bleeding Kansas. You know, like, if you're gonna say that, nah, I'm sorry, they're the ones who were seeking to destroy those who would speak out in favor of freedom peacefully. And, you know what? It escalated, and John Brown escalated it. And you know what? More power to him, okay? Like, my goodness. And you know, if we use this as a historical example, John Brown escalated the situation, and then the South continued to escalate that situation until they, seceded from the Union, seceded, and declared war. You know, like that's kind of how that went. And then the United States kicked their asses and ended slavery. So you know what? Think that was actually pretty good. TYT, thank you very much for the raid. We're learning a little bit about John Brown, as today is the 223rd anniversary of his birth. Welcome, TYT. Hope you had a great time over on the stream. Hope you had a good show. John Brown had a banger of a tune written after him, and we will listen to it after we finish going through this. But hello. Hey, Cryptkill. You have a good one, okay? Thanks for stopping by. Hello, Merry Animal. Hello, Mary Duff. How we all doing? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. My man was a harper with a fairy and just badass. No. We'll watch the reading of his speech after he was sentenced to death when we finish going through this again. Just an absolute goddamn hero. Hey, hopeful heart and open eyes. You have a good night, okay? His body's no longer rotting, though. That's true. Fun fact, Tim Pool lives very close to Harper's Ferry. Oh no, Tim, watch out. He was sentenced to death. I thought he was killed in battle. Nope. He was captured and hung. And his death and his actions could largely, if one wanted to draw such a line, could be attributed to the beginning of the Civil War, or lighting the match. Anyway, welcome everybody. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. We're going to be talking about so many different things today, but I figured we would start out the show by talking about John Brown, who conservatives to this day still claim is a terrorist. I think the reality is that if anyone could be called a freedom fighter as opposed to a terrorist, it would be John Brown, who gave his life in order to try and stop the evil institution of slavery. All right. We're going to continue on, though. Welcome in, folks. To kind of summarize, John Brown, as a small child, his first encounter with slavery was watching a boy about his age get beaten over the head with a metal shovel by his master, who he had, up until this point, considered to be a nice and kind man. And ever since then, he'd been working towards the ending of slavery and been helping with the Underground Railroad. Met Frederick Douglass, inspired Frederick Douglass's Frederick Douglass's embrace of less than peaceful means to end slavery. And eventually, when the situation of Bleeding Kansas came around, he heard about the caning of Charles Sumner, and then he also heard about his 5 sons being harassed by border ruffians in Kansas, who were attempting to oust all settlers and all comers from abolitionist states to make Kansas a slave state. So that kind of brings you here. John Brown got a letter from his sons basically being like, hey, they're trying to starve us out of Kansas. And John Brown saddled up and drove a wagon from New York all the way to Kansas, full of weapons and guns and such, in order to defend his sons. And then he began a war against slavery itself, trying to hunt down border ruffians to put up some kind of resistance against the pro-slavery attacks on abolitionists in the state. So that's where we're at, and we're gonna move right along here. Okay, we're watching a series called Extra History, which, by the way, very highly recommended. I studied history in college. I quite like their work. It's very, very good. And if you enjoy what we're watching here, they have many, many, many other series about interesting historical events. There we go.
Brown's actions, called the Potawatomi Massacre, was the starting gun for the factions to go at it. In the next 4 years, at least 56 political killings occurred during what came to be called Bleeding Kansas, and it would culminate in an incident where border ruffians lined 11 unarmed Free Staters up at the edge of a ravine and shot them execution style. But that was the future. Right now in this historical tale, both militias and U.S. Army troops hunted Brown. One militia burned Brown's station and arrested 2 of Brown's sons who had nothing to do with the killings, even torturing John Jr. Brown responded by rallying the 13 men of his militia company and attacking the 55-strong border ruffian encampment, besieging their circled wagons in the Battle of Blackjack and taking 23 prisoners.
God damn,
Both
what?
sides were trading attacks, stealing livestock, and destroying crops. And on August 30th,
Hey, Vegas.
a group of over 250 border ruffians came for Brown at Osawatomie. The only Brown they found was Frederick. One of Brown's favorite sons, Frederick struggled with mental illness, and his father had always tried to both include him in the family struggle while also protecting him. At Potawatomi, he served as a lookout, not a killer, and he'd been kept away from the fighting at Blackjack. A scout found him walking down the town's main street and shot him through the heart. Brown's militia went into action, trying to defend the town against the force 5 to 10 times their number equipped with cannons, but it was truly no use. He withdrew and watched them burn the town to the ground. It was a deep and personal loss, but Brown's bravery at Osawatomie and his growing reputation as a guerrilla leader had begun to turn him into a sort of folk hero. The citizens of Lawrence cheered him when he next entered the town. Northern newspapers, whose reporters he'd cultivated, lauded him, while Southern presses called him a murderer and fumed that he had not yet been caught. He was increasingly becoming known to friend and foe alike, simply as Old Brown. Oh, and his enemies in Kansas feared him. There was a real sense that if any pro-slavery man decided to pick up a weapon, Old Brown might come for them in the night. And as the violence escalated, backfiring on the Pierce administration, the government increasingly changed its policies to try to curb the bloodshed, even at the cost of Kansas becoming a free state. But by then, Brown was no longer in Kansas. Rather, he was in Boston and New York, meeting
You know, like, it kind of undercuts the argument when earlier in the episode they talk about how violence, like, escalates over time, when literally the political aim of keeping Kansas a free state was achieved via these means.
with the wealthy benefactors who had bought weapons for the Free Staters. He was a celebrity there, the one man who'd finally stood up to Southern violence when other abolitionists had offered only petitions, letters, and newspaper editorials. And what Brown wanted now was simple: more money and more guns. He met opposition. In one meeting, he went head-to-head with William Lloyd Garrison, the Liberator editor and advocate for nonviolent abolitionism. Brown went hard at Garrison for his ideas of gradual emancipation. I mean, could enslaved people wait while they were whipped, their families sold, and their wives and daughters subject to assault?
One thing that these videos pointed out that I think goes under-taught in American schools tends to be the forced breeding of slaves. That was something that was not talked about really when I was going through my education in school. I can't speak, maybe some of you did, but largely there was some elements of like, oh yeah, a slave owner could like have sex with a slave. That of course was mentioned in my schooling, but like forced breeding programs to actively increase the slave population were not something that were talked about very often. And no, it's just Vegas. No, I'm not talking about slave owners raping the slaves. I'm talking about the slave owners forcing two slaves to have sex in order to breed them like animals. That was something that was done after the shipping of slaves via the transatlantic slave trade had been outlawed in the United States. Which led to a doubling of the enslaved population in the United States, which is kind of just insane. That's insane to think about, and it's not really talked about in our schools. That like they were breeding human beings like cattle. Slavery is truly one of the most, if not the most repulsive institution human beings have ever devised.
Brown got his rifles, including funding from a more radical group of benefactors who called themselves the Secret Six, who were willing to back him for more than keeping up the struggle in Kansas, which was good, because Brown was done running guns to Kansas. Indeed, he was assembling a strike team to hit a new target: the Federal Armory at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. John Brown was about to take his war for liberation to the heart of the South. And if you can't wait to hear all about what happened next,
Nope.
Pennsylvania, August 19th, 1859. Frederick Douglass meets John Brown in the empty quarry, bringing along his friend Shields Green, an escaped slave who has lived with Douglass for a year as a bodyguard. Brown, in disguise, tells them that his operation is almost ready. He has men in position near Harper's Ferry, ready to raid the federal arsenal and take hostages. Harriet Tubman will also alert nearby slaves to join the uprising. But what he needs now is Douglass's help to rally and inspire those recruits. Douglass tries to reason with Brown. "It's a perfect steel trap, John," he says. "The Virginians will massacre them, and the public won't support an attack on the federal government." After an argument, Douglass turns to leave, but Brown, heartbroken, wraps his old friend in a bear hug. "Come with me, Douglass," he begs. Douglass says no, but Shields Green feels differently. So leaving Douglass behind, Green now goes to join Brown's revolution. This John Brown series was chosen by our awesome patrons over on Patreon. And if you want to have a say in the historical topics that we actually make shows about, stay tuned until after the episode.
And you know what? I would suggest, if you were a fan of historical programming, go support Extra History. Very, very fine program.
For 3 years, John Brown prepared for his Virginia operation. He bought rifles and pikes, paid for by the Secret Six, a clandestine group of New Englanders willing to fund operations against the South. He hired an English mercenary, a veteran of the Italian revolutions, to help him design his plot, and he studied the Nat Turner Revolt, Garibaldi's campaigns in Italy, and the American and Haitian revolutions. and the plan he came up with was simple. Seize the armory at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, and hold it. Tubman would spread the word of the revolt, causing enslaved people in the area to flock to Brown's banner. Then they would arm themselves from the federal stocks and retreat to the mountains to start a guerrilla war against slavery. Brown even carried out a dry run of the raid, successfully striking into Missouri to liberate 11 enslaved people and conveying them to Canada. However, the death of a slaveholder, shot when he pulled a revolver, turned public sentiment against Brown. And he'd even written a provisional constitution for those who joined his revolt, one that granted full rights regardless of race or gender. The document had been ratified and adopted during a largely black constitutional convention in the Free Black Enclave of Ontario, Canada, yet the one thing he could not find after 3 years of recruiting was actually more raiders. As of now, he'd only convinced 21 men to join. Young and idealistic, only 2 of them were over 30. 3 were his sons, Watson, Owen, and Oliver, and 5 of them were black. Shields Green, who had escaped slavery, Lewis Sheridan Leary, who was born free in Oberlin, Ohio to an Irish father and a mixed-race mother, John Anthony Copeland Jr., who had helped break a man out of prison after slave catchers arrested him, Osborne Perry Anderson, who was a freeborn printer and abolitionist, and Dangerfield Newby, who joined out of desperation. As a freed slave, he'd saved $1,500 to buy his wife and children from his former slaveholder, only to have the man raise the price. He needed to save his family. They all gathered at the Kennedy Farm, a secluded house and barn along the Maryland-Virginia border that Brown rented as a staging ground and for arms storage. Along with them was Brown's daughter Anne and daughter-in-law Martha, both teenagers, who served both as lookouts and to throw off attention from neighbors. Until, that is, it was time. October 16th, 1859, Kennedy Farm. There is no more delaying. Brown has heard rumors that they're about to be exposed. The mercenary he'd hired is threatening to rat them out over a pay dispute, and truthfully, there's only so long 20 men can live in a barn attic. Though Harriet Tubman can't be located to spread the word. She's bedridden, but Brown doesn't know that. Still, he simply can't wait anymore. They leave before midnight with a wagon full of rifles and pikes, leaving only Owen Brown, his daughters, and 2 others at the farmhouse.
Now, someone in chat asked if there were any descendants of John Brown left alive, and the answer is actually yes. Here's a photo of Brian Evans, a direct descendant of John Brown, and Kevin Douglas Green, a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass, meeting in Philadelphia. Well, look at that. Isn't that interesting? Oops. Didn't want to close that. My bad. There we go.
They are to receive and arm the rebel army. He sure will rise when word of the raid gets out. The raiders enter Harper's Ferry by night, cutting telegraph lines and securing bridges. Then the group splits. While Brown's contingent secures the armory, taking the watchmen hostage, a second squad enters the home of Colonel Lewis Washington. Washington, the great-grandnephew of George Washington, is a politician and planter. They capture him and proceed to inform all of his slaves that they are now free. Also, they take a pair of pistols owned by Lafayette and a sword given to George Washington by Frederick the Great. By midnight, John Brown is in command of Harper's Ferry. He has prominent hostages, legendary weapons on his hip, and complete control of the situation. Now he needs only to wait for the uprising. But that's precisely when things start to spiral out of control. Elsewhere, a railroad watchman runs into a pair of Brown's raiders guarding a bridge. And when they try to take the watchman prisoner, he escapes, alerting the authorities to what he thinks are a pair of train robbers lying in ambush. Rail employees signal an oncoming train to stop and warn them of the danger on the bridge. But the train's engineer and baggage man disbelieve this report and dismount to walk ahead to get a look for themselves. In the darkness, all they see are men with rifles. Suddenly, the raiders order them to freeze. The engineer and baggage man run, and the raiders fire. And in a sense of twisted irony, the baggage handler, a free black man, is the first person to die in Brown's raid. Hearing the shooting, train passengers now disembark with their own pistols and begin blazing away at the bridge party, who return fire. Bizarrely, at this moment, a few Harper's Ferry residents stir, but assuming that it's just a robbery or a railroad strike that doesn't really affect them, they just go back to sleep.
Really?
And it's
What?
around this time that it's Brown's turn to make a bad decision.
Oh, God.
With not enough men to control the train, he decides to let it through, but also boards it beforehand to inform the conductor that this is not a robbery, mind you, but an abolitionist insurrection. That train will race ahead and wire news of the
Brown,
raid to
why?
Washington. Meanwhile,
Brown,
the
why?
residents of Harper's Ferry wake
Why
to
would you
find
do
their
that?
town in crisis. As armory workers report for duty, Brown takes them hostage in a small but sturdy fire engine house guarded by Washington's liberated slaves wielding pikes. As word spreads, residents swarm around the building, firing shotguns and pistols. Most had gathered in the saloon that morning to find out what was going on and had been drinking for quite a while at this point. Then a townsperson is killed by returning raider fire, which increases the public's anger. Militias from the surrounding countryside converge on Harper's Ferry, and Brown's raiders find themselves facing overwhelming fire. The first of his men to fall is Dangerfield Newby, who is hit in the
No.
throat with an iron spike that was loaded into
What?
a musket. Everywhere, raiders are
Wait, what? I'm sorry, you can load iron spikes into muskets? As opposed to bullets? Jesus, that makes muskets so much scarier? You can load anything into a musket. Well, look, it's so much scarier, like, when anything could be in there. What if, like, rusty nails? This is news to me. Huh.
retreating. The engine house is taking such heavy fire from a nearby hill that even the hostages worry that they're going to be killed by their own rescuers. Inside, there's talks of forming a truce, and one raider emerges with a hostage to talk terms, but is instead captured. Then a second hostage convinces Brown to try negotiating again, and yells out the door to give the raiders safe conduct. Brown's son Watson and another raider emerge unarmed, waving a white flag. They only get a few steps from the door before shots bang out from windows and rooftops. A bullet cleaves into Watson's stomach, and he has to be dragged, whimpering, back into cover. This sight unnerves another raider, so much so that he sneaks to the Potomac River and tries to swim to safety, only making it partway before he himself is hit. The wounded man clings to a rock until militia wade out and shoot him in the head. It's at this point that Brown realizes the army of liberated slaves is not coming, and the steel trap has snapped shut. His old friend Frederick Douglass had been right. The Virginians would rather blow him sky high along with his hostages than let him hold Harper's Ferry for an hour. He's waited too long to escape. It only gets worse when Oliver Brown defending the engine house takes a bullet to the stomach, and then the mayor of Harper's Ferry, finally deciding to see the situation for himself, is killed when the besieged raiders mistake him for a sniper. News of his death unleashes utter fury. Militiamen burst into a building where one of the raiders is being held prisoner and drag him to a bridge. 80,000 will rise to avenge me, he says, and give liberty to the slaves. They shoot him through the forehead. People then start using dead raiders for target practice, and men swarm Dangerfield Newby's body, defiling it and cutting off his ears as keepsakes. 2 other raiders die, shot trying to—
The fuck, man? Sentient Waffle, thank you for gifting Polyhaz's Cracker a sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for being the first person today to financially support stream. I really, really appreciate that.
Across the river, and another is captured, though the raiders that can escape do, with 2 others swimming under the cover of night, and the party at the Kennedy farm evacuating as well. Now, John Brown is nearly alone. He's surrounded, 2 of his sons lay dying, and Oliver, his youngest, begs for his father to kill him. And finally, at midnight, the U.S. Marines arrive, led by Colonel Robert E. Lee, and John Brown is left to make peace with the fact that his mission of liberation now must become one of martyrdom. You know, our getting to talk about—
You are indeed the first today, Sentient Waffle. We're gonna get through the John Brown segment, then I'll ask for subs and bits and all the good stuff. But figured we'd pay some tribute to John Brown first.
Harper's Ferry, Virginia, October 16th, 1859. John Brown is holed up in the engine house, besieged. A company of U.S. Marines wait outside. His negotiations with one of their officers, Jeb Stuart, have broken down. Stuart steps away and waves his hat, a signal to their commander, Robert E. Lee. Lee's Marines rush the door. A few fall wounded, but soon they're slamming on it with sledgehammers. Brown tells the hostages to stand against one wall to avoid crossfire. The Marines slam a ladder into the door like a battering ram. Wood splinters. It gives way. Brown kneels by his wounded sons, one living, one dead, and tells his men to sell their lives dearly. A Marine lieutenant runs straight for Brown and brings his sword down on the old man again and again and again.
I have not one-hand wonder.
Thanks so much to HelloFresh for continuing to help us bring history to the table. Brown surely would have died then and there. That is, if the lieutenant had brought the right sword. You see, when news of the raid reached them, these troops had gotten ready so fast that Lee wasn't even wearing a uniform, and the lieutenant attacking Brown had accidentally grabbed his parade sword. So, when he beat Brown with the dull blade, he concussed him and gashed his scalp, but failed to kill him. Soon, the Marines were dragging the wounded and dead out of the engine house. Of the Brown children, Oliver had succumbed during the night, while Watson, shot under a flag of truce, faded over the course of the day. Then all of the raiders were buried in an unmarked grave, apart from Watson. A Southern doctor boiled his corpse, keeping the skeleton as a curiosity at his medical school.
What the fuck? Man, people of this time period, and also up until the post Reconstruction, Jim Crow days, when they were going around lynching black folk, they'd just be like, oh yes, a dead body, let me just take an ear as a keepsake so I'll remember this moment forever. Ah yes, I will just take this stranger's body and boil the flesh off of it and keep the skeleton. For some reason, I think America definitely improved when instead of doing those things, we just got like cheap mugs or t-shirts. I think those are better keepsakes than ears and bones.
Brown himself, wounded badly enough he couldn't stand, was moved to the jail for questioning. By that time, reporters were on the scene and sat in for the interrogation. Neither Brown nor the authorities objected to this, because both thought if Brown's message spread, the country would surely take their side. In a way, they were both right. Brown was articulate and sincere. He parried the authorities' questions and argued his ethos of liberation with both scripture and the Constitution. He was also witty and quotable. In other words, he was exactly what you don't want a criminal to be when reporters are present. And, simultaneously, his ideology was terrifying to slaveholders. Moreover, while awaiting trial, he wrote letters defending his actions, which newspapers reprinted across the country, all while his enemies wrangled over who would get to hang him. The simplest route, of course, would have been to prosecute him under federal law. After all, he had attacked federal property. But that didn't happen. See, Virginia Governor Henry Wise was furious that Brown had lived to see trial. He even called the residents of Harper's Ferry cowards for not killing Brown before the military arrived. Wise wanted Virginia to try and execute Brown just to prove a point. And he did get what he wanted. Yet the state of Virginia's obvious bias, its clear and rabid desire to kill a famous abolitionist, made the case appear tainted and partisan. While a federal trial would have arrayed the whole country against Brown, since again his actions were deeply unpopular even amongst abolitionists, Virginia's involvement let people pick sides. Brown's defense claimed he could not commit treason against Virginia, since he'd never been a resident, though logical, as you can imagine, that went nowhere fast. Next, his lawyers tried to enter an insanity plea, but Brown slapped that down right quick. To him, the argument that his beliefs in racial equality were a sign of mental illness was deeply offensive. Still wounded during the trial, he lay on the floor during the proceedings, but when it came time to give testimony, he stood despite great difficulty. He began by stating that had he taken these actions on behalf of the rich and powerful, he would have been rewarded rather than put on trial. But no, he had done so on behalf of the poor and those in bondage, as the Bible directs.
This run, that is why I included through Jim Crow. I did stipulate that.
I believe that to have interfered as I have done, on behalf of God's despised poor, was not wrong, but right.
Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children and with the blood of the millions in this slave country whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit. So let it be done. John Brown's courtroom speech swayed hearts across the North, but not always minds. His motives did stir sympathy in the Northern abolitionists, but that was a long way from endorsing his actions. Even his bankrollers, the Secret Six, didn't want to be associated with him. 4 fled to Canada and Europe, 1 had a breakdown and checked himself into an asylum, and only 1, Thomas Higgins, submitted to a congressional inquiry. The committee was stacked with slaveholders and headed by Jefferson Davis. Higgins, claiming no knowledge of what Brown had planned, said he did not approve of the raid. But before leaving, he did ask to amend the record. Upon reconsidering, he did approve, not of the raid itself, but that radical action was needed to end the evil of slavery. Charlestown, Virginia, December 2nd, 1859. Brown sits on his coffin, headed to the gallows. He has no priest with him, having refused to be ministered to by a slave preacher. Soldiers surround the scaffold to dissuade rescue attempts, and the crowd that had come to watch Brown hang for treason included some deeply ironic witnesses. One is an instructor from Virginia Military Institute, Thomas Jackson, soon to be nicknamed Stonewall. Despite later taking part in an armed insurrection himself, neither he nor any other Confederate officers will be hanged for treason. Also, there's Governor Wise. In just over a year, he himself will author a plan to seize Harper's Ferry during the secession crisis. And despite serving as a Confederate general and refusing to make a post-war oath of allegiance, he too will not be hanged. And then, of course, there's Robert E. Lee. Though he will lead armies against the United States, killing hundreds of thousands, not only will he not be executed, he'll be made head of a college. Yet John Brown, whose actions killed less than 2 dozen in the cause of liberation,
Also, can a mod send RE918 a whisper over on Twitch?
Angles on the rope. As he swings, an officer steps forward, yelling, "So perish all the enemies of Virginia, all such enemies of the Union, all such foes of the human race." Brown had no final statement, save one. Before leaving jail to be executed, he'd put a strip of paper into the warden's hand. It read, "I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away, but with blood. I had vainly flattered myself that without very much bloodshed, it might be done." His captured raiders shared the same fate. All across the North, church bells tolled in commemoration of Brown, whose motives they considered pure, if not his methods. Now, while most abolitionists disowned Brown, his actions roiled Southern politics. Southerners imagined that the North was full of Browns, just eager to sponsor slave rebellions. And though a few Southern newspapers counseled against overreacting,
Nindreen, thank you
fed
for
Southern
subscribing.
propaganda and centered slavery in the national debate. This created division in the Democratic Party, with pro-slavery hardliners and moderates putting forth separate presidential candidates that split their votes. As a result, in the election of 1860, the Republican Abraham Lincoln, a moderate abolitionist prevented from appearing on the ballot of 10 slave states, won the election with less than 40% of the popular vote. And in response, states began to secede. And as they did, Brown's reputation began to improve among Northerners. After all, with war imminent, maybe he had been right that slavery could not be defeated peacefully. Brown became almost a folk saint, complete with heroic paintings of his life, and especially his execution by men who had now themselves become traitors. Yet not all portrayals were respectful. When one Union regiment enlisted a sergeant also named John Brown, the soldiers started telling raucous jokes every time he reported for duty. "John Brown, aren't you moldering in the grave?" The joke became a song, John Brown's Body, that paired black humor with the concept that Brown's soul was marching on. On the eve of the Civil War, Union troops sang that song while marching out of Washington, D.C., scandalizing a minister who overheard it while stuck in traffic. He then turned to his companion, the abolitionist writer Julia Ward Howe, and said someone should write proper lyrics to such a rousing tune. So that misty night, she did. The words she wrote were pure Brown, describing an apocalyptic purging of sin through divine retribution. A song where God wrathfully tramples grapes into bloody wine, unleashes divine lightning, and lurks just outside the firelight of army camps, where Union soldiers are made Christ-like in their sacrifice. And just so no one would miss the meaning, she ended it with a very unambiguous line. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. John Brown's body was smoldering in the grave, but his soul was marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. We really hope you enjoyed our John Brown series as much as we enjoyed making it. This one actually means a lot to me because I was never taught any of this in school, and I feel like it's something that more people, especially in the US, should really know about.
Yep.
Actually, on that note, why not keep the discussion of history going and maybe, I don't know, talk about what you learned here in the last few weeks the next time you're hanging out with your friends or sitting around the dinner table. Plus, you know, it being the time of the episode, if you are looking for something tasty to cook to facilitate that very discussion.
No. You're not tricking me into watching an ad. No, sir. No, sir. But, folks, we're gonna... We started this off with the full reading of the speech that John Brown gave shortly before he was sentenced to death, and I figure we'll do that one more time, okay? His last speech.
On October 16th, 1859, John Brown and nearly 24 slaves seized the armory at Harper's Ferry in West Virginia, hoping to use its massive arsenal in the struggle to end slavery. Captured and brought to trial at nearby Charleston, Brown was found guilty of treason. 1 month before his execution, he addressed a courtroom in Charleston, West Virginia.
I have, may it please the court, a few words to say. In the first place, I deny everything but what I have all along admitted, the design on my part to free the slaves. I intended certainly to have made a clear thing of that matter, as I did last winter when I went into Missouri and there took slaves without the snapping of a gun on either side, moved them through the country, and finally left them in Canada. I designed to have done that same thing again on a larger scale. That was all I intended. I never intended murder or treason or destruction of property or to excite or incite the slaves to rebellion or make insurrection. I have another objection. And that is, it is unjust that I should suffer such a penalty. Had I interfered in the manner which I admit, and which I admit has been fairly proved, had I so interfered in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, either father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or children, or any of that class, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been all right. And every man in this courtroom would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. This court acknowledges, I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. And it teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavored to act up to that instruction. Now, I say I am yet too young to understand that God is any respecter of persons. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done in behalf of his despised poor, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done.
And I also think that on top of all of it, right, on top of just being the ultra giga Chad, who attempted to end slavery before it entered a period of all-out war between the North and the South, I think it's also worth noting that John Brown, by example and in spirit, kickstarted the fight for the American working person, the working people of America. And I think that that's very much apparent when taking into account the evolution of the song John Brown's
It was in
Body.
1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Oh, just wait, Dave.
His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew. But his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the
I always thought this was a religious
He's
song.
gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord.
Didn't realize it was an anti-slavery
A
song.
soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on.
Yeah, that's the thing, Lady Rain.
Glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on.
Yeah, it was whitewashed. They removed John Brown from the song and just played it in church, you know?
2 years after John Brown was hanged,
But the story of the song continues, because it doesn't end with just John Brown, folks. It continues to this day.
Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's Body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. Have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah, his truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet, artist, and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they never toiled to earn, but without a brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Happy birthday to John Brown. And here's to us keeping alive his memory as we fight for the freedoms in the new world we are building together. Not cringe at all to feel the feelings of solidarity and to feel empowered by this message handed down to us over a century now. We are continuing the struggle, and we will win.
because in our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold. And we will win. Thank you all for being here. We've now been streaming for about 2 hours, by the way. If any of you have been enjoying this content, found it valuable so far, please do consider hitting the subscribe button over on YouTube, hitting the like button over on YouTube for the stream, hit the follow button over on Twitch, and do consider making some donos or gifting subs, especially over on riverboat.gg. Excuse me. And if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, consider moving on over to riverboat.gg. No ads over on riverboat.gg. And all of your donos, all of your gifted subs, I get 100% of that instead of having to split that 50-50 with Jeff Bezos. So consider helping me out. Rookie numbers, time for a Hasanabi marathon stream, 8 hours or bust. Oh, Dave Gear. I'm not done. We haven't even gotten to the meat of the stream today. Oh my goodness. No. Oh, goodness, no. I'm sorry. Did you guys think the stream was ending? You're not free of me that easily. Is this going to be a segment on YouTube? God, I hope so. We have the power of socialism and anime on our side. It's true. Dave Gear, thank you very much for the follow. Good was sounding like a sign off? No, it was me doing the first top of the hour ad break to ask for subs and donos. GamerG, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Take my bits I have left over. What an amazing story. Solidarity forever. We will win. Hell yes, friendo. We will indeed, because together we are more powerful than any amount of money sitting in a bank somewhere. What you have seen is just a fraction of my power. True. What about the power of anime socialism? True. Did we test the like command for the YouTube stream? We did, Spectral Pyre. It works. Click that. You head over to the YouTube stream and hit the like button. But also, yes, if anyone would like to gift subs, I know that there are currently lurkers over on riverboat.gg, so if you would like to support, I would very, very much appreciate it. Additionally, I need to pee really badly and get some more water, so I will be right back, but you all don't go anywhere, okay? I love you all. We will be talking about all of the news of the day when I get back. And there is so much to cover. So get yourselves a drink and a snack, and make sure to make some donos so that I can live, because I do this full time. This is my job, and if you guys don't dono, I die. That's how it works. Thoisum, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is so very, very generous of you. Thank you very, very much. You got Dissident PM, you got Beyond Safe Words, you got Myra Ostro, you got TV Fathers, you got Blackjack Sass, you got a bunch of homies in there. Thank you very much, Thoisum. And, all right, we'll be right back. You guys enjoy the tunes of Let's Go, a collection of Mario tunes in Italo disco style. Enjoy. Hey, off-world colonist. Oh, Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. You got Beastboo in there. You got Airbnb Portion. You got Kel Thickness. You got Dick Butt Woman. And Smootix2. Classic accounts. What song is this? This is the Gad Lab from Luigi's Mansion. Here's the vid if you want to check it out. Dick Butt Woman? Yeah, that's one of the accounts that actually randomly gifted. And you know what? Honestly, if anyone deserves a tier 1 sub on riverboat.gg, it's Dick Butt Woman, okay? Dick Butt Woman has been overlooked in favor of Dick Butt Man for far too long. Also, does anyone remember Dick Butt? I know this is very off topic, but Dick Butt was one of, like, to me, it was one of, like, the funniest fucking images of meme stuff. It was good stuff. I enjoyed it a lot. I have no idea what the origin is, but Dick Butt was good beans, okay? For those of you who don't know what Dick Butt was, here, okay? Dick Butt is pretty self-explanatory, but here's the OG image of Dick Butt. It's look, it's funny. I think it's funny. Love is in space. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. You got Eggle Heggle, ya boy Combing, Logic, Depor, Snepian. Hell yeah. Dick Butt was drawn by the same goon as the This Is Fine dog. Oh, well then, you know what? I fully endorse it, okay? I'm glad. The ancient rune of the Something Awful forums? Yes. Something awful has been here. If he was, honestly, it doesn't surprise me if this was drawn by the This Is Fine dog guy. Because that image is also great. Both images ahead of their time. You guys might not like it, but this is actually what science has discovered is the future of human evolution. We will all be dick butts in 10,000 years, okay? Are you a Three Stooges fan? I am indeed. Although I grew up watching Laurel and Hardy far more than the Three Stooges, so I'm a little bit biased. God, I can't wait. God, I wish that was me. It's funny, but I also remember a kid in my high school getting nicknamed Uninipple after he lost one of his nipples, and that shit 15 years later still makes me laugh uncontrollably. Oh no. That's the origin? Wait, okay, this is the origin of Dick Butt. Tree, you've been so... Wait. Tree? Wait, what do I say? How... This voice. Tree, you've been so good to us. All of the air and paper you give us, that stuff's great. Well, don't you think you've been taking too much and giving so little? You nature rapist! Gosh, Lorax, you might be right. Blah! I promise, Tree, I will not let a single piece of paper made from you go to waste. What the fuck? Okay, I've never seen this before, but this is amazing. Truly not a waste. Billions of years of joy derived Is this Casey Green both times? Yay! It's Casey Green! Oh, God. 10 out of 10 comic. 10 out of 10. Are Laurel and Hardy in public domain yet? I think some of them are. I know a couple, like the Flying Deuces is. Lacey Green? No, K.C. Green. God. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Makes me such a happy little camper. Dick butt is not a waste. It's art! Yes, indeed. Okay. All right, folks. We got some serious business. Okay, we got some serious business. You guys ready for some business? Some serious business? I'm ready for serious business. Okay. First, we gotta talk. Whatever happened to Lotax? Are you talking about the Lorax? This is serious business, guys. All right. Nope. Sorry. Nope. Wait. Serious business. Okay. The former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has just been found guilty by a jury of sexual abuse. This was handed down today in the civil trial that Jean E. Carroll has been pursuing against Donald Trump. Now, the reason this isn't a criminal case is because the statute of limitations has expired. However, New York State has expanded the time period under which victims of sexual abuse and sexual assault can seek civil recompense from their abusers. And so this lawsuit was filed, and this is where we're at now. It was expected that the trial would actually go on for at least another week. Frankly, the verdict has been handed down very, very quickly. So let's just take a look quickly. Here are the two parties reacting after the ruling was handed down by the jury. And keep in mind, E. Jean Carroll was alleging that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her, raped her in a department store in the 90s. And the jury, by concluding in favor of E. Jean Carroll, is essentially saying it is more likely than not that Donald J. Trump sexually assaulted her in the 90s. This is actually like pretty groundbreaking news. Here we go.
You are so brave and beautiful. Thank you.
Please just give us a little room, please.
Thank you
a little room.
so much.
Back up. Just a
Thank
little room
you
to the car,
so
please.
much.
Watch the car.
Let's get her.
Watch the car. We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Any words, Eugene? Thank you, Eugene.
Any words, Eugene?
Thank you very much. We have so much.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Yep, this is Joe Tacopina, who is Donald Trump's lawyer. He's also he also did Donald Trump no favors in the courtroom by just ruthlessly trying to cross-examine E. Jean Carroll and destroy her credibility. And it's likely that backfired spectacularly in this case.
Strange verdict. This was a rape claim. It was a rape case all along, and the jury rejected that, but made other findings. So we'll obviously be appealing those other findings, but they rejected her rape claim, and she'd always claimed this was a rape case.
I don't know. They handed down a verdict of sexual abuse by Donald Trump. I don't know that is necessarily denying that rape happened.
So it's a little perplexing, but we move forward.
Did you speak to Mr. Trump, and what did he tell you?
We've spoken, and we're ready to, proceed, go forward. Obviously, he's firm in his belief, as many people are, that he cannot get a fair trial in New York City, based on the jury pool. And I think one could argue that that's probably an accurate assessment, based on what happened today. Again, it's something that, we're very confident on the appellate issues here. The Access Hollywood tape should not have come into this case. Some other things shouldn't come into the case. I mean, we made many motions that we thought would create issues for appeal, and we're going to employ them now. There were things that happened in this case that were beyond the pale. I mean, we made a mistrial motion midway through the trial because of some of the rulings and we believe a bias that was displayed by the court. This judge has been overturned already once by the Second Circuit in Carroll versus Trump, and we think he's going to be overturned a second time. But in the meantime, we march forward. He was found not liable for the rape, and that's it.
I don't think exactly that's the finding here. He's trying to spin. He is Donald Trump's lawyer, so he is trying desperately to spin this outcome. It is not a great outcome for Donald Trump. It's not a great outcome for anyone in a civil case where it's found that the jury thinks it's very likely that your client sexually abused someone else. It's not great for you or your client. Now, granted, it is likely that Joe Tacopina and Donald Trump expected this outcome from this case, and the appeal was always going to happen. They've probably likely been preparing to appeal for a while now, and basically their appeal is going to be predicated on arguing about the lack of fairness in this initial trial. So Joe Tacopina is out there still doing his job, trying his best to spin this as an unfair outcome by a prejudiced jury, and I don't think that is going to be particularly effective. True, RE918. If we want to be extremely careful with our terminology, Donald Trump isn't guilty, he is liable. However, legally speaking, he's been found guilty in a civil court. That's we have two systems of law in America. There is the criminal courts, and then there's the civil courts. He was found guilty in civil court. That doesn't mean he's guilty in a criminal court sense. They're two different legal frameworks. Fuzzy Simba, thank you for resubscribing over on Twitch. Yes, it is quite lame, Fortunate Fruit. However, it remains to be seen how this is going to really reverberate through his campaign. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that the grab him by the pussy guy is not going to be, his voters aren't going to be losing any sleep about voting for him, knowing that he more than likely sexually assaulted a woman in the 90s. So, yes. Keep in mind, as this is a civil case, it does not come with any prospect of jail time. He will not be seeing the inside of a cell for this particular case. Specifically because in civil court, typically the punishment is financial compensation. So we will see what ends up happening in the awarding of damages here, which right now Donald Trump has been ordered to pay $5 million to E. Jean Carroll, which I don't believe she was even asking for. I don't think she was actually asking for a monetary payout. She was mostly asking for a retraction of the lies that Donald Trump told about her, and an apology. So, I mean, somewhat telling, somewhat telling. Yeah, the Manhattan jury, in particular, found that Trump sexually abused and defamed E. Jean Carroll, according to the Washington Post. Only one woman, only in the 90s. That motherfucker probably set daily goals. Well, yeah, and it's kind of telling. It's kind of telling, RE918, that in Donald Trump's deposition related to the E. Jean Carroll case, he at times got confused between whether or not he was talking about allegations of having sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll or his ex-wife. So, like in his deposition, he gets them mixed up because he thinks that he's maybe talking about allegations from his ex-wife Maria Trump. Yeah. Or Marla Trump. My bad. It's some wild stuff. Who can, you sexually abuse one person, you've basically sexually abused everybody. Who can keep them straight? 1, 5, what's the difference? It's all just so confusing. Wait, GamerG, did Donald Trump settle out of court with the accusation of like the minor? I didn't hear that he had settled out of court. I just heard that the case was dismissed, or no, not that the case was dismissed, but that the minor retracted her case because of like death threats and such. George Santos. Oh, we'll get to George Santos. But yeah, I mean, a lot of this just kind of boils down to the fact that Donald Trump, to this day, and I literally mean to this day, claims that he has no idea who E. Jean Carroll is. He's on Truth Social right now, having a goddamn mental breakdown, screaming in all caps to the void that he has no idea who the woman who accused him of sexually assaulting her is. Just like, bruh, we got a picture of you and E. Jean Carroll. We got you on camera. What are you talking about? You didn't know her. The hell? Yeah, it's just wild stuff from Donald Trump. Additionally, just look, there's a lot of this deposition footage that has now been made public, and I gotta say, Donald Trump is, it's all worth viewing, and I will happily watch all of this with you guys if that is what you want. Holy shit, he looks orange. Sorry, I wasn't actually prepared for how orange he looked here. I know we make fun of him a lot for being orange, but like, goddamn, dude. You like he looks actually unwell. Did you get too close to the elephant's foot in Chernobyl, my dude? What happened? But yeah, we can watch this entire thing if you guys want. But there's some pretty incredible stuff throughout.
I don't think very much, no.
I take it you bought gifts for your wives for their birthdays?
Yes, generally.
And I take it you bought gifts for women you were dating?
It's, probable.
At least in your first marriage, you were seeing women outside of your marriage while you were married, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you were very public about the fact that you were seeing Ms. Maples when you were still married to Ivana Trump, no?
No, I don't think I was public about it.
Well, there were many articles about it at the time, correct?
No, I don't think I was public about it. But no, I don't think I was public about it at all.
Yeah, isn't it true that you were seeing Ms. Maples before you were divorced from Ivana Trump?
I don't know. It was toward the end of the marriage, so I don't know really. It could be a lap over, but I don't really know.
Did you ever have occasion to go to the department store Bergdorf Goodman?
Very rarely.
You say very rarely. Can you give me more detail? How rarely?
I mean, almost never. I would very rarely go there. The event or something, and I think that's her big claim to fame. You know, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes. That after you made the statement, you became aware that there's a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point,
okay.
I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay. Let's mark the photo. What number are we at? What? You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy, I thought. I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did.
Nice guy. I thought at the time. I mean, I never knew him really. Like, holy moly, he's so bad at this.
I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here. Oh, is that?
The person you just pointed to was
I
Eugene
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
Oh God. Not just one time, not just one slip up. Like, oh yeah, no, this one's my ex-wife. This one right here, the one I'm saying, that one's Marla, right there. That's Eugene Carroll. That is the woman claiming that you sexually assaulted her.
And the woman on the right is your then wife.
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that Carol? Because it's very blurry.
Now, in your
we just saw the photo. It is not blurry at all. Again, you can just take a quick look at it. This is not a blurry photo. This is not a blurry photo at all. Actually, this is remarkably crisp, I would say.
Your June 21 statement, which is in your June 21 statement, which is DJT 20, you said that Ms. Carroll was...
Oh, yeah, no. Off-world colonist. I predict tonight is a night of maximum copium for all of the MAGA stands. All of the far-right sycophants who've been riding this guy's dick for, like, the last 4 years. The last, like, 6 years, rather. There's really no way to get around this other than by claiming that, you know, our legal system is a sham. Which is, I'm sure, what they're going to go with. The jury was all rigged, blah, 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 blah. But the evidence is pretty goddamn damning, you know? Off-world colonist, if you have any to recommend, I will certainly take a look at them.
Trying to sell a new book, and that you said shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
That would be a word, maybe accurate or not, having to do with...
Oh, wait.
You used a strange word, which I want to ask you about. You say, she completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does swoon her mean?
That would be a word, maybe accurate or not, having to do with talking to her and talking to her to do an act that she said happened, which didn't happen.
What?
And it's a nicer word than the word that starts with an F. And this would be a word that I use because I thought it would be inappropriate to use the other word.
Oh my god. Wait, Billy Zane fan, please, 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 please. That better be true. That better be true, otherwise I will ban you. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh my god, what? Sorry, breaking news, folks. Milo Yiannopoulos, who has been making a career based on initially reporting on Gamergate, then he transitioned to hate-mongering against trans people, and then transitioned into losing everything because he talked about how it's actually good for 13-year-olds to be molested by priests, and then transitioned to being a former gay on a Christian broadcasting network, and has now transitioned to working for Marjorie Taylor Greene as an intern, and now has transitioned to working for Kanye West's presidential campaign. He has now been caught in Marjorie Taylor Greene Kanye West campaign cash scandal. Oh my god, what the fuck? Alt-right agitator Milo Yiannopoulos used the credit card for Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's campaign last November to purchase an internet domain for Kanye West, still unannounced 2024 presidential bid, and he was reimbursed for domain transfer by the West campaign the same day for $3,000 above cost, according to receipts obtained by the Daily Beast and a person with knowledge of the events. Oh my god. Oh my god, the receipts match Federal Election Commission filings from both campaigns. Those filings show that on November 22nd, the Green campaign reported a $7,020.16 expense to the GoDaddy hosting service for domain registration and hosting. The same day, the Kanye 2020 committee reported paying Yiannopoulos $9,955 for domain transfer. Legal experts told the Daily Beast that the transactions raised a number of questions, including about possible theft and conversion of campaign funds to personal use. Of course, Milo Yiannopoulos, I'm sorry. Look, Milo Yiannopoulos is absolutely scummy, but I would have thought for sure he would have tried to scam, Kanye West out of more than $3,000. You're trying to leverage Marjorie Taylor Greene's campaign funds for like a $3,000 off the top from Kanye? What kind of low-level crookery is this? Like, why? What are you doing, bud? Oh, have you noticed that Marjorie Taylor Greene has been hinting that she wants to leave Congress? What do you want to bet there's a massive campaign finance mess out of this? Oh, I mean, this is already a massive, campaign finance mess. I wonder, though, if there's, something even bigger than this percolating under the surface. That's all Yi has now that he's lost everything? I don't think... wait. Kanye West net worth... Oh my god, wait. In 2022, Kanye had a net worth of $2 billion. He lost $1.5 billion when Adidas terminated their partnership. Oh my god. I mean, he still has $400 million in cash, but I mean, man, if you're gonna scam 100 millionaire. Go big or go home. You know, why settle for $3,000? He was a billionaire until Adidas dropped him because he's a fucking Nazi. Off-world colonist, you gotta whisper a mod a link to one of those the things you want me to look at. Or you can come over to riverboat.gg where you can post links freely. Because I can then ban you if they go to bad places. Milo should go back on the Drunken Peasants. God. Oh, damn. Okay, wait. The transactions are coming to light after Yee's latest treasurer, Patrick Carlson, resigned on Monday, the second treasurer to jump ship within the last 6 months. A leaked internal email, first reported by Politico, shows Carlson expressing concern that Yiannopoulos had submitted and this is a direct quote, submitted falsified invoices for expenditures that would be deemed unlawful. Oh no. Oh no. Treasurers carry personal liability for the accuracy and truthfulness of each report they submit to the government under penalty of law. So I'm going to guess that the reason treasurers are jumping ship from Yee's campaign is because they do not want to go to jail. Oh my god. This is wild. Brendan Fisher, a campaign finance law specialist and deputy executive director at Watchdog Document, told the Daily Beast that if the Green campaign paid for Kanye's web domain, that's an excessive and unreported in-kind contribution to his campaign. Oh my god, that's right, because he'd be a political candidate. And if Milo used campaign funds to donate to, oh my god. Oh, that gets so messy because $7,000 is more than the legally allowed amount of donations you can give. Oh no. Oh, and it was unreported and excessive. Oh no. Oh, it couldn't happen to worse people. Oh, amazing. Fisher also noted that if Yiannopoulos charged the Green campaign's card without the campaign's knowledge, that he may have committed a range of serious violations, including potentially causing Green's campaign to file false reports with the government. Oh my god. The one thing that will actually get you slapped in American politics is violating campaign finance laws. There are so many ways to circumvent those laws. But if you are dumb enough to actually fall afoul of them, you will get clapped. What if Milo flips on MTG? Look, if Milo has a bunch of dirt on Marjorie Taylor Greene, oh my god, let them fight. Let them fight until they are spent. Oh god. It keeps getting worse. Paul S. Ryan, a campaign finance expert and deputy director of the Funders Committee for Civic Participation, told the Daily Beast that Yee's campaign purchase of the domain would appear to officially establish him as a candidate for election, since the expense exceeded the $5,000 spending threshold that triggers a registration requirement. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just every element of this is set up. Did Milo infiltrate this to fucking implode both these people? Oh, this is wild. Okay. Also, if Milo Yiannopoulos did convert Green's donation to personal use, the law is broadly understood as preventing candidates from converting funds to their personal use, but the plain language of the statute suggests that this ban applies to anyone, not just the candidate. This is arguably Milo converting Green campaign funds to his personal benefit, and for a profit on top of that. Was Milo stealing $7,000 from the Green campaign for his benefit? Oh my god. Is Milo Yiannopoulos going to go to jail over trying to scam 10K off of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Milo? Oh my god. This is fucking crazy talk. One of the experts who observed observed that the transaction on its face looks fraudulent. Yeah, no shit. No shit it does. Dude literally just used like the company card to like buy something for for the Yee campaign that just blatantly breaks like several different campaign finance laws. This is oh my god. Well, you know, this is just generally what you should expect to happen when you hire someone who is widely known as the guy who said it's okay for priests to rape 13-year-old boys. So, you know, I don't really know what anyone expected to come out of this, but I certainly wouldn't expect anything better, you know. Why Kanye is a billionaire? Well, Kanye's not a billionaire anymore. He's a 400 millionaire. 400 millionaire. Not a billionaire. Oh my god. Laura Loomer, by the way, is for some reason trying to destroy her political allies. Following my expose, which proves Representative MTG used campaign funds to purchase the Ye24 domain for Milo to set Trump up, the Ye treasurer has resigned over Milo and MTG's violation that is led to the Ye that is tied to the Ye campaign. A spokesperson for Marjorie Taylor Greene did not immediately respond to a Politico inquiry. Yeah, Politico reporting the Kanye 2020 campaign previously reported paying $40,000 to Yiannopoulos in December 2022 for campaign wrap-up services, as well as nearly $10,000 a month prior for a domain transfer. But there are no direct payments to Yiannopoulos in Green's campaign filings from that time. A spokesperson for Green did not immediately respond to comment. God damn. God damn. Hey, puppy. It's okay. Yeah, this is a lot of this feels like a whole lot of just like I'm going down, I'm taking you all with me. I'm going down, I'm taking you all with me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Laura Loomer posting receipts. GoDaddy receipt that shows Marjorie Taylor Greene's campaign mama G, Isaiah Wortman, paid for the Ye24 domain. The blurred out section contains information that shows the number registered to the domain belongs to MTG intern Milo Yiannopoulos, who was also Yee's campaign manager. Oh my god. Yep. Oh my god. And Tory Lanez looks like he's going to jail today too. It's been a good day. It's been a really good day. And we haven't even gotten through most of these stories yet. God, I hope Milo Yiannopoulos goes to jail. That'd be perfection. I wish nothing but the worst for that man. He fucked around and for years, and now he's spending years finding out, and it's just great. It's just so good. So good. Okay.
And it didn't happen.
Okay, I was curious when I read this, so I looked up the word swoon in the dictionary. And under the dictionary, it means to faint with extreme emotion. That's not what you meant here.
Objection to form.
Well, sort of. That's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay? She loved it until...
Man, Donald Trump talking about sexually assaulting a woman and just admitting it in his deposition probably didn't help his case.
Commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that?
So, sir, I just want to confirm. It's your testimony that E. Jean Carroll said that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, based on her interview with Anderson Cooper, I believe that's what took place.
I'm sorry, Joe Tacopina, how do you recover from this? He's like, my client did not get found guilty of rape. My guy in his deposition. Well, she really loved being raped by me. Like, what the hell? Just chat. Oh God, I really don't want to. But I feel like we have to watch this entire deposition, right? We have to like just a couple of clips I've played here. We have to start back at the beginning. Are we cool with that? We have so much other stuff to get to, but like this is actually flabbergasting that this even exists. That the former president of the United States is just like casually admitting to having raped a woman. Okay. You could hear the subtle sounds of lawyers crying in the background. Yeah. This is an extended version of People's Court, okay? It's more than 40 minutes long. I know. Yeah, no, he didn't even try to say it was like consensual play. It was just, yeah, I raped her and she loved it. What do you want from me? Like, what the hell, dude? We could try at 1.25 speed. Nah, Peepo and Sons would never represent this man.
And by the early 1990s, would it be fair to call you or to characterize you as a real estate tycoon?
Yeah.
Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, that was completed in 1983?
Around that time, yes.
And when did you move into your penthouse apartment there?
Maybe a year later.
And that remained your primary residence until you were elected president, correct?
That's right.
And where's Trump Tower located? I haven't seen it.
57th and 5th.
And at some point, you became the owner of the Plaza Hotel in New York, correct?
Yes.
And where's the Plaza Hotel located?
59th off Fifth Avenue.
And for how long were you the owner, Ron? During what years were you the owner of the Plaza Hotel?
I don't know the years. About 5 years.
And do you know when it began, when you bought it?
In the early 90s.
Now,
sorry, we do. Here, we'll do this one.
In the 80s and 90s, is it fair to say you had a busy social life?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd have to define social life. I wouldn't say that busy. I was working very hard, so I didn't have time to be too much into the social calendar, but yeah.
Well, let me try to phrase it this way. In the evenings during that period, you went out quite a bit in New York City to benefits, galas, etc.
A lot of charity events, yes, but I don't think that much, no.
So, in the period in the 80s and 90s, you already discussed you would go to benefits and parties. And is it fair to say that a lot of those parties there would be or benefits, there would be kind of a photography line either at the beginning or throughout the event?
Yes.
And that people would take photographs like Getty images and then put them out. And this is another Getty Images printout. And is it fair to say that this document indicates that you were the Grand Marshal of the New York City Veterans Day Parade on November 10, 1995 in New York City?
Yes.
Similarly true that during this same period you made appearances on television, correct?
Yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall any TV interviews that you did that you remember?
I did everything.
When you say everything, give me some examples if you can.
I did the late night shows. I did the newscasts. I even did some of the political shows on Sunday, even though I wasn't really in politics as I am now. But they wanted me to do that, and I did that. They'd asked me to do them all the time. So I did quite a bit of television.
I think you already answered this question, but just for the record, could you watch the program Good Morning America from time to time in this period of the late 1980s through the mid-1990s?
A little bit.
Did you appear on the Today Show during this period?
Yes.
Same question, did you watch the Today Show during this period?
A little bit.
During this period, did you have any friends in the television industry who worked in the television industry?
Probably. I wasn't much involved at that point in the television industry, but I probably did.
Anyone come to mind right now?
Maybe Bob Wright.
Who's Bob Wright?
He was the head of NBC, I think, at that time.
What about Roger Ailes? When did you become friends with Roger
Later.
Ailes? Approximately?
During more in the 7-8 year ago period.
What years were you married to your first wife, Ivana Trump?
So,
See ya, Ree.
78 to the early 90s.
Your next wife was a woman by the name of Marla Maples.
Right.
And sitting here today, do you recall what years you were married to Ms. Maples?
I'd have to get the exact dates for you. I can do that very easily.
In the course of your dating life and your married life, did you have occasion to buy gifts for women you were seeing?
Not much, actually.
I never got them any gifts. Didn't do it. Might be a billionaire, never got them gifts.
I mean, if it was a birthday or something, I guess, yeah.
And other than birthday presents, did you buy gifts for women you were dating?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think very much, no.
I take it you bought gifts for your wives for their birthdays?
I did not engage
and I
in
take
financial
it you bought
relations
gifts for women you were
with those
dating?
women.
It's, you know, probable.
At least in your first marriage, you were seeing women outside of your marriage while you were married, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you were very public about the fact that you were seeing Ms. Maples when you were still married to Ivana Trump, no?
No, I don't think I was public about it.
Well, there were many articles about it at the time, correct?
I don't think I was public about it, but if, no, I don't think I was public about it at all.
I've never been
Isn't
public.
it true that you were seeing Ms. Maples before you were divorced from Ivana Trump?
I don't know. It was toward the end of the marriage, so I don't know.
I don't know, but I was never public about it if I did.
Really, it could be a lap over, but I don't really know.
Did you ever have occasion to go to the department store Bergdorf Goodman?
Very rarely.
You say very rarely. Can you give me more detail? How rarely?
I mean, almost never. I would very rarely go there.
When you went there, what do you recall shopping for?
I don't know. It's possible I was there, but I don't know that I ever shopped there for myself.
So when you shopped there for the stuff, to the extent you went there, you were shopping for others?
I don't think I ever shopped for others. It's possible that one or both of my wives shopped there a little bit, but I don't remember ever buying something for myself at Bergdorf Goodman. I went there very seldom, almost if ever.
Then let's move to
If
Bergdorf.
ever.
Bergdorf's was pretty close to Trump Tower and very close to the Plaza Hotel, correct?
That's right.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as DJT 18. It bears the base range Carroll 24378 through 24385. Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah.
Sitting here today, do you recognize this document?
No.
I will represent to you that this is the excerpt from Ms. Carroll's book that was published in New York Magazine online, originally online, on June 21, 2019.
Okay.
At any point in time, did you read this article?
Excuse me?
Did you ever read this article? This
No,
document?
I don't believe I did.
I'm sending you a book. It's marked as DJT 19. It's a book by E. Jean Carroll. It says, "What do we need men for?" And if you look at the publication date,
Yeah, Vox and Socks, I'd be happy to.
it says first edition, July 2019. Do you have that? You have
Yeah.
the book in front of you. Sitting here today, sir, have you ever read either this book in its entirety or any portion of this book?
No, never have. I've never seen the book.
Okay. You responded publicly to Ms. Carroll's allegations on the same day that the excerpt was published in New York Magazine, which was June 21, 2019, correct?
I think so.
Let's take a look at that. So what we've handed you as DJT20 is a blown up, for legibility purposes, version of a tweet posted by a woman by the name of Laura Litvin at 5:17 p.m. on June 21st, 2019. Do you have that?
Oh, get him.
The statement
Get him.
that is in this tweet, is this a statement that you gave?
I mean, essentially, that's what I said. Yeah.
If you could read that statement into the record. It says, statement from President Donald J. Trump. Regarding the, quote, story, unquote, by E. Jean Carroll, claiming she once encountered me at Bergdorf Goodman 23 years ago, I've never met this person in my life. She is trying to sell a new book that should indicate her motivation. It should be sold in the fiction section. Shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book or carry out a political agenda, like Julie Swetnick, who falsely accused Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It's just as bad for people to believe it, particularly when there is zero evidence. Worse still, for a dying publication to try to prop itself up by peddling fake news. It's an epidemic. Ms. Carroll in New York Magazine, no pictures, no surveillance, no videos, no reports, no sales attendants around, question mark. I would like to thank Bergdorf Goodman for confirming they have no video footage of any such incident because it never happened. False accusations diminish the severity of real assault.
How would the department store still have the security camera footage from 30 years ago, my guy?
All should condemn false accusations and any actual assault in the strongest possible terms. If anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. The world should know what's really going on. It's a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. See, that's what you have in front of you?
Yeah.
And I think you've already confirmed that this is a statement that you gave to someone on your staff to give to the press.
Yeah.
Let's mark as DJT21, a document bearing the base range. DJT21, this is the next one, right? DJT21, a document bearing the base range MP 1795 through MP, I've got it, just put it together, through MP 1807. You have that in front of you?
Yeah.
And these are statements that were put out when you were President of the United States?
Yeah.
And if you look at the top email, kind of the address of the email, it says under that, remarks by President Trump before Marine One departure.
Yes.
Marine One is a helicopter?
Yes.
And if you look where it shows you speaking about halfway or two-thirds of the way down the document, it says, the very first thing you say, so we're going to Camp David.
Yes.
So am I correct in interpreting this as this is a statement you made while boarding or getting on to Marine One?
Looks like it.
To go to Camp David?
It looks like it.
Okay. Let's go now to the third statement, which we're going to mark as, this one I can do, DJ222. You have in front of you, sir, a document, 5-page document. The first page says in bold type, exclusive, Trump vehemently denies E. Jean Carroll allegations, says she's not my type. It's from a publication known as The Hill. It's dated June 24th, 2019, and it's attributed to the gentleman Jordan Fabian and maybe not be gentlemen, but it's attributed to two people, Jordan Fabian and Cigar and Genti. See that?
Yes.
So this is 2 days after the last statement we're looking at, which was on June 22nd. Do you recall having an interview with reporters from The Hill on June 24th, 2019?
Vaguely, yes.
And do you recall where that interview took place?
I think it was in the Oval Office.
And you're quoted just below that paragraph as saying as follows, and this one I'll read. I'll say it with great respect. Number one, she's not my type. Number two, it never happened.
Jesus.
It never happened, okay? And then the reporters say,
Hey, look, she's ugly. B, it never happened. So we don't even have to really worry about her being ugly. But three, she's so ugly that I wouldn't even rape her, like, that is my airtight defense. Jesus Christ.
the president said while seated behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. See that?
Yes, I
And the statement that I just read that begins, I'll say it with great respect, that was a statement that you made to the reporters for The Hill on June 24, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And same set of questions. I take it, sir, that you stand by that statement today?
Yes, I do.
So before you made your statements that it never happened in 2019, did you or anyone on your staff reach out to anyone at Bergdorf Goodman?
I didn't have to reach out to anybody because it didn't happen. And by the way, if it did happen, it would have been reported within minutes. Talking about going to a major floor, probably, I assume, the most important floor, a major floor in a major department store. That's a very busy store, by the way, and checkout counters and everything else. And I would be in there. I mean, it's the most ridiculous, disgusting story. It was just made up.
After you made the statements that you made in June of 2019, did you or anyone working for you reach out to Bergdorf Goodman?
After the statement was made, no.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Litvin tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yes.
Was that a true statement when you made it on June 21, 2019?
It was a true statement when I made it. I think subsequently, or at some point, they showed a picture on a receiving. I was on a celebrity line for a charity, and I think I was either shaking her hand or her husband's hand on a receiving line. I shake a lot of hands with people, but I had no idea who she was.
So if I can understand your testimony, sir, you're saying that at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line. Correct?
Along with a lot of other people. This was a very public, I think it was a charity or a celebrity event or something, and I think that's her big claim to fame, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes, that after you made the statement, you became aware that there's a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point,
okay.
I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay, let's mark the photo. What number are we at to? What? You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC, nice guy. I thought, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman, let's see, I don't know who, it's Marla.
Man, it is genuinely incredible that he misidentifies the person accusing him of rape as his ex-wife. Multiple times.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Genuinely
The
wild.
person you just pointed to was
I
Jean
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
And the woman on the right is your then wife?
I don't know.
Ilana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that Carol? Because it's very blurry.
Now, in your June 21 statement, which is DJT 20, you said that Ms. Carroll was trying to sell a new book and that you said shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
Yeah. That's right.
Before you made that statement, did you have any knowledge, one way or the other, of the financial arrangements between Ms. Carroll and the publisher of her book?
No.
Did you even know who her publisher was?
No.
Had you ever seen her book contract?
No.
Did you know anything about Ms. Carroll's financial situation?
No.
Did you know anything about her expected book sales?
No idea.
Before you made the statement that appears in DJT 20, do you know whether you or anyone working for you did any research on Ms. Carroll?
I just don't know. It's possible somebody, when they heard this horrible accusation, it's possible that somebody did a little quick research, but not that I know of.
Another thing that you say in your June 20...
Right? Like, we have to keep in mind always through this, while we watch this guy used to be the president of the United States, and he's currently running to be the president of the United States again. And I know that won't really motivate many of his base to, like, stay home, but keep in mind, like, this is something we should never, ever let him live down. You know? If any of your friends are Trump supporters, never let them forget that he most likely raped this woman.
One statement is that
he has no business being
Ms.
around
Carroll
any center of power.
Agenda.
Yeah.
Before issuing your statement on June 21, did you learn what political party Ms. Carroll
No,
belonged to?
I didn't know that.
Before you issued your June 21 statement, did you have any documents indicating that she was pursuing a political agenda?
No.
At the end of your statement, your June 21 statement, you say, if anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. Did anyone ever notify you?
I don't know.
Sitting here today, you can't recall anyone who notified you?
I don't know, yep.
One of the other things that you said about Ms. Carroll at the time appears in your June 24 statement, which is DJT 22.
Oh, sure, there are always going to be the ride or dies off-world colonists, but I'm sure that there are some who are pretty lukewarm on Trump, who might just opt to not vote at all, rather than vote for him, you know? Definitely some of those types out there.
And what you said there is, I'll say it with great respect, number one, she's not my type. When you said that Ms. Carroll was not your type, you meant that she was not your type physically, right?
I saw her in a picture. I didn't know what she looked like. And I said it, and I say it with as much respect as I can, but she is not my type.
And again, when you say type, you just refer to looking at photos, so you mean physically she's not your type?
Physically, she's not my type, and now that I've gotten indirectly to hear things about her, she wouldn't be my type in any way, shape, or form.
But when you were talking back on June 24th, you were referring to her not being your type physically,
I
correct?
saw a photo of her,
Okay.
and the only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type.
I take it the 3 women you've married are all your type?
Yeah.
What is True Social?
Take it the 3 women you married are all your type. Did you or did you not just identify one of the women in this picture, who is E. Jean Carroll, as your ex-wife? Yeah? Damn, that's crazy, bro. Anyway, moving on.
It's a platform that's been opened by me as an alternative to Twitter.
And your handle on True Social is at Real Donald Trump?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, on October 12, just a few days ago, you issued a statement on True Social about Ms. Carroll in this case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the statement that you posted Who wrote that statement?
I did.
You yourself?
Yeah.
Did you post the statement yourself?
Yes.
And in addition to posting the statement on True Social, you also sent it to the press.
Yes. It's called Truth and Post. We post much like, how would you say it? We put out a statement and we also put it on Truth.
Okay, let's look at the statement. Let's mark it as, what's my next number? DJT 28. Okay, so this one.
I can't read this.
Well, we have a blown up version. Let's mark it as 28 and 28A.
Donald Trump finally admitting he can't read.
So what we have in front of you as DJT 28, sir, is
I'm being disingenuous. Obviously, he's talking about the size of the text.
the post as it appeared on True Social on October 12, 2022, and a blown up version, because we appreciate the reading. The type is very small. A blown up version that should be more legible. Do you have
I
both
can
of those?
see it, yeah.
Okay. So it says October 12, 2022, statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. This, quote, Ms. Bergdorf-Goodman case is a complete con job, and our legal system in this country, and our legal system in this country, but especially in New York State, just look at Peekaboo James, is a broken disgrace. You have to fight for years and spend a fortune in order to get your reputation back from liars, cheaters, and hacks. This decision is from the judge who was just overturned on my same case. I don't know this woman, have no idea who she is, other than it seems she had a picture of me many years ago with her husband shaking my hand on the reception line at a celebrity charity event. She completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Swooned is in quotes. It is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. And while I'm not supposed to say it, I will. This woman is not my type, exclamation point. She has no idea what day, what week, what month, what year, or what decade this so-called event, in quotes, supposedly took place. The reason she doesn't know is because it never happened, and she doesn't want to get caught up with details or facts that could be proven wrong. If you watch Anderson Cooper's interview with her, where she was promoting a really crummy book, you will see that it is a complete scam. She changed her story from beginning to end after the commercial break to suit the purposes of CNN and Andy Cooper. Our justice system is broken, along with almost everything else in our country. Her lawyer is a political operative and Cuomo crony who goes around telling people that the way to beat Trump is to sue him all over the place. She is suing me on numerous frivolous cases, just like this one, and the court system does nothing to stop it. In the meantime, and for the record, E. Jean Carroll is not telling the truth, is a woman I had nothing to do with, didn't know, and would have no interest in knowing her if I ever had the chance. Now all I have to do is go through years more of legal nonsense in order to clear my name of her and her lawyer's phony attacks on me. This can only happen to, quote, in quotes, Trump, exclamation point. Did I read that correctly?
Great statement.
And now that you've heard it again and you have it in front of you, you again confirm that you wrote the whole thing yourself.
I wrote it all myself. All myself.
Did you? Now, at the beginning of your...
Why does he sound proud of that? Why do you... I wrote it all myself, like a big boy. Like, wait, what, dude, what? Why'd you say it like that? See you, Sentient Waffle, have a good time at work. Also, chat, top of the hour ad break here. Folks, if you are enjoying the content today, I know that this segment is a bit slow, but if you're enjoying it, come on over to riverboat.gg there for an ad-free experience. You can be in the on-screen chat up there. And consider, folks, throwing some donos or subs my way, specifically because I can't make this show without your guys' help. You guys literally help me to survive and pay my rent and also, you know, do things like pay my health insurance. So without your help, I could not exist. This show is made possible by viewers like you. And so if any of you would like to make some donos or gift some subs to your fellow chatters, especially on riverboat.gg, where I get to keep 100% of your sub gifts instead of splitting 50-50 with Jeff Bezos over on Twitch, consider coming on over. Again, riverboat.gg in your browser. Come on over and make yourself cozy in the chat and make some donos, please, because I need your help to keep on keeping on. Yes, your streamer being alive is in fact a very important aspect of the stream. Hey, LB. Yeah, Oilers? Any oil? This stream brought to you by Minnesota Public Gay Streamers. Not to be confused with the Minnesota Pubic Gay Streamers. Very different group. The site is pretty sweet. I'm glad you like it. I'm quite fond of it in myself, you know? Alright, here we go. I'd be all over the site if I could use all my various emotes from other streamers on it. I would love to incorporate them, but I don't think I can do that. But if there are any emotes that are not affiliated with other streamers that you would like, you can suggest them in the emotes channel, or in the emote ideas channel over on the Discord. If you guys need a link to the Discord, it's just riverboat.gg/discord. So there you go.
Post the reference Ms. Bergdorf Goodman is a reference to Ms. Carroll, right?
That's right.
Now, when you say in here, I don't know this woman and have no idea who she is, even though you're using the present tense, you're referring back to your knowledge as of when she first made the allegation.
I still don't know this woman. I think she's a whack job. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this woman other than what I read in stories and what I hear. I know nothing about her.
Okay, well, I guess the distinction I'm trying to make, sir, is that when the allegation came out in 2019, you said I think it's your testimony, you had no idea who she was.
I still don't.
Well, today you at least know that she's a plaintiff in a case suing you, correct?
Oh, yes, that I know.
Okay.
But I know nothing about her. I think she's sick, mentally sick.
Okay. You say in this post, you use a strange word which I want to ask you about. You say she completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does swoon her mean?
That would be a word, maybe accurate or not, having to do with talking to her and talking to her to do an act that she said happened, which didn't happen. And it's a nicer word.
We saw this, a part of this, but holy shit. This just eliminates his entire defense. His entire defense is eliminated by this piece of testimony right here.
Then the word that starts with an F. And this would be a word that I use because I thought it would be inappropriate to use the other word. And it didn't happen.
Okay, I was curious when I read this, so I looked up the word swoon in the dictionary. And under the dictionary, it means to faint with extreme emotion. That's not what you meant here. Objection form.
Well, sort of. That's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay? She loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that?
So, sir, I just want to confirm. It's your...
Like, I'm sorry, guy. Like, his entire pretense here is to try and say, oh, I never met her there. I don't know who she is. You know, this is crazy. She's being crazy about this. And then his argument in the following segment is like, yeah, she talked about how I swooned her. I swooned her, you know? And, you know, it's a much nicer word than the F word, you know? It's a much nicer word, folks. And, you know, she was accusing me of doing an act. But, you know, she was indicating that she loved it. She indicated that she loved it. And of course it never happened. But she indicated she loved it. Like, he's, like, doubling down because he's just constitutionally incapable of even, like, admitting... Like he's constitutionally incapable of, like, even tangentially saying, like, he's essentially trying to say, I didn't rape her, but if I did, it would have been very good for her. Like, why would you say that in a deposition? It didn't happen, but she loved it. Like, what's wrong with you, guy?
Testimony that E. Jean Carroll said that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, based on her interview with Anderson Cooper, I believe that's what took place. We can define that. You'll have to show that. I'm sure you're going to show that. But she was interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and I think she said that rape was sexy, which it's not, by the way. But I think she said that rape was sexy, and she actually said things that were very strange. And then she was a different person after when he said, "We'll take a break right now. We're going to take a break right now." He didn't like what she was saying. He was very upset with and then she came back and she was a much different woman in the second half, so to speak.
And so the question I'm asking you is, did she say in that interview that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, she said something to that effect. I mean, you'll have to take a look at the interview. You said.
Man, his lawyers are just shitting themselves in rage right now.
I believe she said rape was sexy, to which Anderson Cooper is dying. He's saying, let's get to a commercial break immediately. I think you better watch the interview. I'm sure you have, but you better watch the interview.
In the interview, when Ms. Carroll talked about rape being sexy, isn't it true that she said that's a view that many other people hold?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. All I know is I believe she said rape is sexy or something to that effect, but you'll have to watch the interview. It's been a while.
And just to clarify, I think you said a few minutes earlier that you used the word swooned as a synonym for, you said the F word, for sexual intercourse.
For the record, the quote that Donald Trump is deliberately misremembering here was when she said, I'm going to quote here, "Most people think of rape as sexy. They think of the fantasies." She said in the interview that she prefers the word fight to the word rape, meaning that in this case she wanted to conceive of herself as someone who fought off her rapist as opposed to someone who was raped. She's not talking about how she thinks rape is sexy. She's talking about how other people conceive of rape. They think of it as a sexy thing to do. One of the things that they might fantasize about. That's what she's talking about. Donald Trump here just is constitutionally incapable. He's like, yeah. You know, I didn't rape her, but you know, if I did, she loved it. She said so.
Of course.
Yeah. That's because that's what she said.
What do you mean? She never...
Who's the worst client as a lawyer, Trump or Alec Baldwin? Well, Alec Baldwin is not getting charged anymore, so I'm going to go with Alec Baldwin.
Use the word swooned.
No, she said that I did something to her that never took place. There was no anything. I know nothing about this nut job.
Okay, then you go on to say in the statement, and while I am not supposed to say it, I will. Why were you not supposed to say it?
Because it's not politically correct to say. Read the next, go ahead, that she's not my type. Yeah, because it's not politically correct to say it, and I know that, but I'll say it anyway. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you...
Why are you saying it like that? Rape. Why?
Can do the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's accusing me, and so.
Yo. Also, one of the #1 things not to do during a deposition: accuse the opposing lawyer of being a political operative. Yo, guy. Yo. No wonder the jury got back so fast. Holy shit.
You of rape, and it never took place.
Rape.
And I will tell you, I made that statement, and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type, and that's 100% true. She's not my type.
Yes, and as we all know, someone not being someone's type is people rape people who aren't their type all the time. Straight dudes in prison rape other dudes. Like it doesn't have to be a type thing. Like that doesn't have to be like a thing that plays into the whether or not a sexual assault occurs. Paralegal here, that's an absolute dumb move to do in a deposition. Yeah, like this is going to be presented to the jury.
Now, in your True Social statement on October 12, you used the word hoax. Specifically, you say, it is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. You see that?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
And I take it what you're saying there is...
Also, Lord Falconis, thank you very much for the for commenting and also giving us your insight. I appreciate it.
Ms. Carroll fabricated her claim that you sexually assaulted her, correct?
Yes, totally. 100%.
Now, fair to say, you'd agree with me, would you not, that you use the term hoax quite a lot?
Yes, I do.
CNN reported that you used it more than 250 times in 2020. Does that sound
Oh my God.
I've had a lot of hoaxes played on me. This is one of them.
And how would you define the word hoax?
A fake story, a false story.
Well, Lord Falconis, that's probably why Donald Trump didn't take the stand in this case. That's probably exactly why this didn't happen.
A made-up story.
Something that's not true.
Something that's not true, yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall what else you have referred to as a hoax?
Sure. The Russia hoax. It's been proven to be a hoax. Ukraine hoax. The Mueller situation for 2.5 years hoax. Ended in no collusion. It was a whole big hoax.
God, I was really hoping he was going to say Mueller hoax. I thought he was going to keep going with that. I was really hoping.
The lying to the FISA court hoax. The lying to Congress many times hoax by all these people, this scum that we have in our country. Lying to Congress, hoax. The spying on my campaign, hoax. They spied on my campaign, and now they admit it. That was another hoax, and I could get a whole list of them. And this is a hoax, too.
This, when you say this and that?
There's this ridiculous situation that we're doing right. It's a big, fat hoax. She's a liar, and she's a sick person, in my opinion. Really sick. Something wrong with her.
Okay.
Man, good luck, bro.
To the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, the Mueller hoax,
How
the
is
lying
this
to FISA
real?
hoax, the lying to Congress hoax, and the spying on your campaign hoax. Isn't it true that you also referred to the use of mail-in ballots as a hoax?
Yeah, I do. Sure. I do. I think they're very dishonest. Mail-in ballots, very dishonest.
And isn't it true that you yourself have voted by?
Yeah, I do, folks. I do. Mail-in ballots? What does that even mean, folks? Ballots can't be mail. They can't be male, folks. We all know that every ballot is female. We know that, folks.
By mail.
I do. Sometimes I do, but I don't know what happens to it once you give it. I have no idea.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something that's often referred to as the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as, what, 35.
Oh, God.
You know, and she's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. Whoa. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
I moved on her.
Nancy. No, this was... And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where there's some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved like a bitch.
What does that mean?
And all of a sudden...
I, to this day, do not know what it means for a man to say, I moved on her like a bitch. I think what he's trying to say is that she was like a bitch and he moved on to her like he was fucking, like he was a dog fucking another dog. But it sounds like he's just calling himself a bitch.
I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's hot as shit in the purple.
Whoa!
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald is good.
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your
Set this up. That is very...
You give me the thumbs
Look
up.
at you are a
You
piece.
gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
Yeah, let me... It's very funny.
You gotta get the thumbs up.
You and I will love that.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the post. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her.
Oh, God.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet.
Please, no.
I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Oh, God.
By the pussy. I can do anything.
Those legs, all I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Ooh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, huh?
That's a good leg. Go ahead.
I'm really. What's Billy Bush up to these days? I hope he's like. I hope he's doing something embarrassing.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember? Down below. Pull down.
Wait, Billy Bush is a member of the Bush family? He's the nephew of George H.W. Bush? Wait, what? I didn't know that. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how
nice
are
seeing
you?
you.
Pleasure to
Terrific.
meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are
Nice
you?
to see you. How you doing,
Very
Ariane?
good.
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little
Okay,
hug, darling?
absolutely.
How about a
Melania
little
said
hug for
this
the
was
bushy? I
okay.
just got-
That's you in that video, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And am I correct that that video was recorded in January, withdrawn? Am I correct that that video was recorded in September 2005?
I guess that would, I don't know the date, but whatever date it was is fine with me.
And am I correct that you were engaged to your current wife sometime in 2004?
I don't know.
Am I correct that you married your current wife in January 2005?
I don't know relative to that tape, no.
And the person you were speaking to, it's now famous, in that video was Billy Bush?
That's right.
Please
This is very old news, fully litigated during debates, during everything else, fully litigated.
Okay.
And you know what I said then, and I say it now? Locker room talk. That was locker room talk.
Okay.
That's what goes on.
And you did say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily, correct?
Excuse me?
You do say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily.
I did say that, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And you do say in the video that as part of trying to have sex with this woman, you took her furniture shopping, correct?
We actually did.
Oh god. Oh, apparently Billy Bush was rehired as the host of Extra. So that's cool. He was fired in 2016 after that Access Hollywood tape came out. Oh, wait. What? No, wait, sorry. No, he was hired to host a similar program to Access Hollywood, which he had hosted until 2016. Mario Lopez had been hosting Extra and then left to host at Access Hollywood. This is such a confusing web of celebrity shit. Okay.
Look for furniture, yes.
So that was true. You actually took this woman
I
in.
think so.
furniture
It's been a
shopping.
long time ago. How long is that? A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. By the pussy, you can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they women by the pussy?
Well,
Hey,
that's-
Metal Kitty Mom.
If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but
Yes, Donald. We'll look over the last million years of human history. What were they doing? What were human beings doing a million years ago, Donald? Were they chilling with some dinos? Were they riding the Bronto? Oh wait, guys. I actually have I found a trailer. Actually, I found some live footage of what human beings were doing a million years ago when these stars that Donald Trump was talking about. Documentary footage. Okay. This is what humans looked like a million years ago. Fun fact, everything was animated back then. back when they would just let you get away with anything if you were a celebrity.
Largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
And now you said before, a couple of minutes ago, that this was just locker room talk.
It's locker room talk.
And so does that mean that you didn't really mean it?
Yeah, damn, live action only happened in 1977. It's true, it's true. We went through various stages of animation evolution. The anime years were very difficult for everyone. Claymation was the most beloved, though, of all the stages of humanity. Claymation was the most delightful one.
No, it's locker room talk. I don't know. It's just the way people talk.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with a woman by the name of Natasha Stoynoff?
No.
Natasha Stoynoff.
You'll have to give me a little bit of
Do you remember she wrote about you a lot when she worked at People magazine?
Oh, I do remember there was some woman that wrote, and then she, a long time later, I think she wrote a wonderful story, and then a long time later, as I remember it, a long time later she said that I was aggressive with her. But she wrote the most beautiful story.
Hey, Giga Chad lad.
And then all of a sudden, like, is it a year or 2 years later, she comes out with this phony story that I said, well, why would she have written such a good story for People magazine? She wrote a really nice piece. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, years or months, many months later, she came up with this phony charge.
Let's watch.
Yeah, who would have ever, like, it's totally unheard of for someone to say something nice about their sexual abuser and then, you know, come out with the sexual abuse allegations. That's never happened before. It happens a lot.
A video, and again, I apologize for the technology, where you talk about Ms. Stoynoff's allegations.
Are we marking this?
We're going to mark it. It's a clip of a video from a campaign event in West Palm Beach on October 13, 2016, and we're going to mark it as DJT 36.
Then there was a writer from People magazine who wrote a story on Melania and myself on our first anniversary. The story was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was lovely. But last night we hear that after 12 years, this took place 12 years ago, this story, a new claim that I made inappropriate advances during the interview to this writer. And I ask a very simple question. Why wasn't it part of the story that appeared 20 or 12 years ago? Why wasn't it part of the story? Why didn't they make it part of the story? I was one of the biggest stars on television with The Apprentice, and it would have been one of the biggest stories of the year. Think of it. She's doing this story on Melania, who's pregnant at the time, and Donald Trump, our one-year anniversary. And she said I made inappropriate advances. And by the way, the area was a public area, people all over the place. Take a look. You take a look. Look at her words. You tell me what you think. I don't think so. I don't think.
You'd agree with me that the person you were just talking about in that video was Natasha Stoynoff, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with a woman by the name of Jessica Leeds?
No, I don't think so. But explain, go ahead.
Does that mean that just refresh your recollection of who
Yes,
Jessica
it
Leeds
does.
is?
This woman made up a story, just like your client made it up. Just made up a story having to do with sitting next to me in an airplane.
Hey, gay Aaron.
And I mean, I'll have to read this again, but that story was so false also. But this was, I guess, making out as opposed to what your client said. This story...
Well, making out with somebody who does not want to make out with you is in fact sexual assault, Donald. Like that still falls into that category. I don't know how many people need to hear this. Still sexual assault.
It was so false. This is a disgrace also.
And do you recall speaking about Ms. Leeds' allegations at campaign events in 2016?
I might have. I thought it was so, like your client, I thought it was so ridiculous.
Okay, let's take a look at the next video, which is DJT 38, correct?
Hopefully our great movement, and there's never been anything like this in the United States, and the only way they figure they can slow it down is to come up with people that are willing to Say, oh, I was with Donald Trump in 1980.
Nothing changes.
I was sitting with him on an airplane. And he went after me on the plane. Yeah, I'm going to go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man. You don't know. That would not be my first choice.
When you said in that
What
video
the hell,
that Ms.
dude?
Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical looks, correct?
Just the overall. Not. I look at her. I see her. I hear what she says. Whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you. I'm honest when I say it.
Oh, God, sorry.
She, I would not have any interest in.
The video we just watched, where you talked about Ms. Leeds. What else did you know about Ms. Leeds that would indicate to you that she would not have been your first choice, other than how she looked?
I just like. This is somehow worse than I ever imagined Donald Trump being deposed would be. This is actually like, my expectations were low. He's somehow like limboing right underneath that, like just like breaking his ankles in order to get underneath, like the Terminator from the T-1000 from Terminator 2, the one, the metal. You guys know what I mean. The liquid metal one.
I don't know. I think I probably saw her on television or something, but I don't want to be insulting. But when people accuse me of something, I think I have a right.
I don't want to be insulting, but look, you know, spring chicken yourself. I wouldn't fuck you. I wouldn't rape you. My lawyer, who is deposing me, and this deposition's gonna be seen by the entire jury. I wouldn't fuck you. The fuck, guy.
Right to be insulting because they're insulting me. They're doing the ultimate insult. They make up stories, and then I'm not allowed to speak my mind. No, I disagree with that. No, she would not have been anywhere on a list. It just wouldn't have been for me.
No.
It's disgusting. It's what she said was disgusting. Can you imagine doing that on an airplane? What she said? I'm doing that on an airplane. That's almost as ridiculous as doing it in Bergdorf Goodman in a dressing room.
Isn't it true that just a few minutes ago you couldn't remember the date of your engagement to your current wife, Melania?
No. We're talking about a different thing. We're talking about a woman where something happened that was inappropriate, right? Inappropriate. It was highly inappropriate. She would remember that date. I would imagine she would have complained to the airline. She would know the flight. She would know everything about it. She didn't even know the year, as I remember it, just like your client doesn't know the year, doesn't know anything about it. If something happened like that to your client...
During a chat, in case any of you guys know, right? A deposition is purely to get, like, information. It's not, you're not supposed to be making arguments in the deposition. Making arguments and being, like, passive-aggressive and upset is actually, like, really bad for your position.
Your client would know the second, should know down to the second, should know the day, the month, the year, right down to the second.
In the last paragraph of the statement that you made on June 21 that appears in the Laura Littman tweet, DJQ20, you said as follows.
Last paragraph where?
DJQ20.
Go ahead, what is it?
You say as follows. The world should know what's really going on. It is a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. You see that?
Yeah.
And the person you meant who should pay dearly for such false accusations was E. Jean Carroll, correct?
Yeah, and I think their attorneys too. I think the attorneys like you are a big part of it, because you know it's a...
Man, the MSNBC theme, hits a bit different at 1.25 speed. Goddamn. Okay. Wow. So, yeah, Donald Trump, look, after watching that, I can't say that Donald Trump criminally is guilty, but he is absolutely guilty in every conceivable civil sense. There is no way in which a jury watching that deposition is going to come to the conclusion there's not that Trump didn't have anything to do with the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. Okay, like God, there's no way, no way. Yeah, now he's out $5 million, but more importantly, like, this is going to be something that reverberates throughout his upcoming campaign. Whether it is something that Biden can bring up on the debate stage, or his pundits can bring up every single time Donald Trump is mentioned. Like, yeah, he was found guilty of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll by this jury. He is being held civilly liable for that. After a jury heard out the arguments. It alienates women, but more importantly, it demotivates at least some portion of his base. Now, whether or not that is significant enough to make a difference, I don't know, but it's certainly going to be something that motivates people to vote against him, whether they are independents or libs, for sure. Wow, that was actually incredible. Oh, off-world colonists. Most of them, yes. But I don't think it's fair to argue that all of the voting base of the Republicans is just going to not respond to this. Of course, when we're talking about people like being kind of moved towards an action, we're talking about like at most like 0.5%, you know? At most we're talking like 0.5% being moved to inaction within the Republican Party itself. If we're talking about wider than that, when it comes to like voting against Trump, then I would say probably maybe similar ratio. The reaction will be negligible. Well, but see, that's the thing, right? I don't think that that's the case. Like when we get down to some of these voting margins, even if it's 0.5%, that can mean the difference between like victory or defeat in some of these swing states. 0.5% can easily sway a national level election. We saw it in the midterms, swaying different state election results, different local election results. Like those are the margins of like victory or defeat that we're seeing in a lot of places in the United States. So like it might seem negligible from a wide view, but when you get down to it, like 0.5% could be like, mean the difference between 10,000 votes and or 10 a margin of like 10,000 votes, or a margin of like less than 1,000 votes. Like it can be real close. It can be real fucking close. And given that Biden is currently polling at like 36% approval, like literally every single advantage that we can get in 2024 is going to be required for victory. Trump isn't winning back women. I mean, yeah, he's not increasing his share among women, that's for sure. Also, hello, IKEA chair. So anyway, this is bad for Trump. Take some measure of joy and solace in that. I need to use the bathroom and get more water. Be right back. Favorite NBA team or player? I don't watch basketball. Unfortunately, I'm not a big sports person. I'm sorry. I'm too busy cooking food. But folks, if you've enjoyed the content so far, we've been streaming for 4 hours and we got still so much to cover. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be talking about the George Santos charges that are being handed down by the DOJ. We still have so much to cover. Tucker Carlson announcing a new show. We're going to be covering that. We're also going to be covering the wild and rampant speculation by far-right pundits that the Allen, Texas massacre was a psyop by the U.S. government. We're going to be talking about so many different things that we still have yet to get to, so don't you guys go anywhere. And if you've enjoyed the content so far, please, please, please do consider supporting the stream. I need your donos and subs in order to live. If I don't get them, I will die penniless, alone, in the gutter. This show is only made possible by viewers like you making donos. Remember, a single gifted sub, a $5 dono, that is the stuff this show is made out of. And if you guys want to go above and beyond that, of course, I will very, very much appreciate it. And if you are over on Twitch or YouTube, come on over to riverboat.gg. That's where you can be in the on-screen chat. You can post links. You get an ad-free experience. Come on over. There's so many upsides, no downside. Come on over. And support the show. I would really appreciate it. And folks, I'll be right back. I actually have to poop, so it might be a bit of a longer break. Sorry about that one. Burb.
Verresti a fare un giro sul mio treno? Sposiamoci. Il nostro amore è vero. Questa galassia è piena di api. Diventerò un'ape per diventare come loro. L'universo è davvero un luogo misterioso. Forse, come ape, anch'io posso trovare l'amore. Sono un'ape. Sono un'ape. Sono un'ape. Niente più principesse, niente più funghi, niente più Luigi, solo l'alveare. Sono un'ape.
I'm waiting for you.
Hello. Do I play Warhammer? No. Do I love Warhammer lore? Yes. Okay. Howdy, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Let's see here. KBS is right though. Warhammer 40K is heckin' expensive. Yes. Folks, here it is. Here it is, folks. U.S. Representative George Santos is now facing federal charges. It's not surprising, considering he has a long list of offenses that include defrauding the Amish for puppies. Like, it's wild stuff. Doodleburb, hello. How are you doing? Hope you had a good day. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. I am not. I'm sort of doing okay. I'm very anxious, actually. Still, we're still kind of in the trial period where I'm trying to figure out if this website thing is going to pay off, or if I'm just splitting my audience and weakening my overall presence in a way that will make what I do unsustainable. So I'm still scared of like whether or not this website was a good idea. I think it was, and I think it's working out, but it's still scary. It's an uncertain thing, you know? I really like the website. Hell yeah. I think the website is dope. It's just the issue of trying to get people to come over to the website. That's like an additional ask to make of people when I'm already asking them to give me money for my content, you know? I need help with the website. It is not user-friendly for Gen X. As far as I know, you just log in with one of your accounts. You can use Twitch, you can use Google, Twitter, Reddit, Discord. You do have to have like a verified account for one of those. But yeah. Also, you can't for the website, you can't be using like a VPN. That's something that trips people up. The website has VPN protection because if we need to ban someone, we don't want them just cycling through different IP addresses. I'll try tomorrow. Does it say you're not logged in? Paladin Lost is on the case. But yeah, anyway, if any of you would like to support me over on riverboat.gg, I would extraordinarily appreciate it. Let's see. It says I am, but then it says it needs my email still. I don't know that the website asks for email addresses. You're working on a Doodle Wiggle emote? Hell yeah. For Discord? I sign in with Google. Yeah, I have my Discord connected, but I don't remember it being difficult. I mostly just log in with Twitter or Twitch. Huh. Tech support! If you continue having trouble, Chris Huggy, there is a support button on the website, and you can get in contact with White Nervosa. There's an email address to Kenzie at whitele.af. And you can ask, like, if you're running into a consistent technical issue, you can shoot them an email using this link. There you go. Maybe that is my problem. I'll check that out. Will you be doing more community games again at some point? Among Us was really fun. I think it'd be really nice. One thing I'm gonna try out is having a consistent content schedule so you guys know what to expect. You know, maybe as a sub goal. Maybe sub goal would be a good one, Doodleburb. Mostly because I want to establish more consistency, because I know I've been very inconsistent with like the content and the stream times and with like what we're covering on what days. And sometimes like they're just big news days, and so it's hard to try and commit to any one type of stream on any given day. But having a consistent time, I think, is one of the things we're going for. Maybe we'll do like sub goals. Maybe we'll you know what we could do? When we have like Gordo subathons or People's Court subathons, we could also have a sub goal for those. And if we hit the sub goal, we could do a community game stream the next day. I kind of like that idea a lot. That way we can kind of combine those two ideas. Right? Wouldn't that be Pog? I like that idea. Also, I think the next subathon will be a People's Court, because we haven't done one of those in a while. This has rapidly become my favorite stream, and being able to know what upcoming streams are which would be fantastic. I agree. So far we've been operating under the assumption that I'll be streaming around 8 p.m. Central Time, and then streaming until whenever, but the scheduling has just kind of shifted around. Like sometimes I'm starting at like 6, sometimes I'm starting doing a daytime stream so I can end by like 7 so I can like spend time with my partner. I'll contact support. Okay. Yeah, there's an email on that support page that are linked. Just email and make sure you tell them what your issue is and which website you're struggling with. RBJ puts out good streams, but she's got a lot going on too. Well, mostly it's just like I'm trying to balance like family life and also like my physical needs and also my healthcare and mental health care and also my job. And like it can be kind of difficult, you know? It can be kind of difficult. Yeah. Also, if any of you guys really love the stream and don't want to be transphobic, you could give some subs or make some donos over on riverboat.gg. I feel like such a piece of shit whenever I do that. Toretta, it's about family. Yeah. All right. Whew. All right. But hey, today's a great day, okay? Is there a way to donate that doesn't involve PayPal? Good question. Here's a question. Does subscribing go through PayPal? It probably does, doesn't it? Yes, it does. I don't think there is a way to go through it without going through PayPal, but PayPal should accept like credit cards and stuff for one-time donos and such. Can I please request a song? Sure. I don't know how I'm gonna respond to the request, but you can certainly request it. The right is taking L's everywhere. Yeah, it's pretty great. Okay, yeah, confirmed. PayPal does accept credit cards. Streamlab donos also accept Venmo. Okay. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. I can't play the song. But here we go. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside, we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Ooh, give you up. Ooh, give you up. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up. We've known each other for so long. We know your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside, we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna tell you what I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Ooh, give you up. Ooh, give you up. Oh, God. You know what is public domain? Rockin' Robin. You know what is public domain? I literally have like 25 films from public domain picked out for us to have movie nights with on stream. You know? That was great. You're welcome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Archangel, thank you for subscribing over on the twitch.tvs. I give this a solid RBJ out of 10. Well, that could go either way. A 13 out of 10. Okay, it goes in one way. All right, perfect. Oh, God. Oh, holy shit, marking! With the 20 gifted subs! Holy shit, look at all those friendos you just got in there. We got Chris Huggy, you got Fake Trumpet, you got a symbolic symbol, you got 3 kids in a trench coat, you got Posadas John, Spooky Mavie, Zoomy Deer, Ashmar, Discordant Vole, Prince Seal, you got all kinds of homies in there. Thank you. Goddamn, marking. Thank you so goddamn much. 4 months to 3 years. Also, Jack, you know what else you can play on stream? Rise by Sweet Myths. I did play it at the opening of stream, but it's always a good song to play. And you know what? Marking with the 20 gifted subs. This one goes out to you, okay? This is Rise by Sweet Myths, one of the dopest songs that I can play on stream. It's true.
What is the back essay when the lies are sold in spades? The city need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide.
goes so hard for trans rights. Yeah, guys, absolutely. I posted the link to the Spotify track, and also to the band's Bandcamp. But you can buy the track for $1. Very much encourage you to do so. And also consider hitting that like on the Spotify track, and getting them, racking up them views. Let's get these mad lads paid. Sweet Myths can't keep getting away with it. Honestly, Sweet Myths deserves all of the success. Like, all of their songs are such goddamn bangers. Hey, Minxie Rose, how you doing? Also, like, I just appreciate, like, they wrote a song about, like, fucking trans rights. That's cool, and it's fucking sweet. It's just a good ass song. I like it a lot, and so should you, unless you're transphobic, in which case, fuck off. Releasing all these bangers, indeed. Indubitably. All right. Finally, let's get to this George Santos stories, please. Okay, guys, today's just a great day. Today's a great day. George Santos is a bad guy. He basically lied about everything in his life. He's lied about all his political positions. He defrauded the Amish for puppies. Like, he's just a bad guy. He's a bad dude. And finally now he's facing down federal charges. Let's take a look. Okay. The charges against Santos, filed in the Eastern District of New York, remain under seal. The people could not publicly discuss the details of the case until it is unsealed, and spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity. The unsealing would happen when Santos appears in court, which would come as soon as Wednesday. Reached on Tuesday, Santos said, "This is news to me." "You're the first to call me about this," he said in a brief phone interview, which sounds fake as hell. That also sounds like a lie. Charges were first reported by CNN. The New York Republican. Oh yeah. He lied about having ancestors in the Holocaust. Like he literally lied about his own family heritage. When asked about whether or not he was Jewish, he said that he was Jewish, And later he clarified that he was Jew-ish, as a Jew-like. God damn. Yeah, he said his mom was in one of the towers on 9/11. He claimed that, like, he had employees who were murdered at Pulse nightclub. Like, this motherfucker has no shame. Just pathological liar. Yeah, New York Republican has admitted to lying about having Jewish ancestry, a Wall Street background, college degrees, and a history as a star volleyball player. I hadn't heard about that one. Serious questions about his finances also surfaced, including the source of what he claimed was a quickly amassed fortune, despite recent financial problems, including evictions and owing thousands of dollars in back rent. Santos has resisted calls to resign and recently announced he is running for re-election. What? Are you kidding? He said his lies about his life story, which included telling people he had jobs at several global financial firms and a lavish real estate portfolio, were harmless embellishments of his resume. Oh, God. Oh, God. Additionally, Nassau County prosecutors and the New York Attorney General's office had previously said they were looking into possible violations of the law. Oh my God. The Nonpartisan Campaign Legal Center lodged a complaint with the Federal Elections Commission, urged regulators to investigate Santos. The mountain of lies Santos propagated during the campaign about his life story and qualifications, the center said, should prompt the commission to thoroughly investigate what appear to be equally brazen lies about how his campaign raised and spent money. In his filings with the FEC, Santos initially said he loaned his campaign and related political action committees more than $750,000, money he claimed came from a family company, yet the wealth necessary to make those loans seems to have emerged from nowhere. In a financial disclosure statement filed with the clerk of the U.S. House in 2020, Santos said he had no assets and an annual income of $55,000. Where did this motherfucker manage to materialize $750,000? What? Yeah, no. His dad, his uncle, and his mom all worked at Nintendo. Yeah. Court records indicate Santos was the subject of 3 eviction proceedings in Queens between 2014 and 2017 because of unpaid rent. Yeah, a guy who can make a $750,000 loan does not get evicted 3 times, like a couple years prior to him running for office with $750,000 in the bank. A small loan of $1 million. This guy's what we Brits call special. Yeah, he's very, very special in the head. Very special. I say that as someone who is also special in the head. God. Beyond his resume, Santos invented a life story that has also come under question, including claims that his grandparents fled Jewish persecution in Ukraine, settled in Belgium, and again fled persecution during World War II. He referred to himself during his campaign as a proud American Jew. Confronted with questions about that story, Santos, a Roman Catholic, said he never intended to claim Jewish heritage. Really, bud? What did you intend when you called yourself a proud American Jew? What do you think that implied? God. Is his real name even George, though? It's not! His real name... Oh, God. He claims that apparently his full name is George Anthony DeVolder Santos, but he has at other times in his life gone by Anthony DeVolder. I think he got caught in a lie and just incorporated Anthony DeVolder into, like, his name, or George Santos into his name. I honestly have no idea. Is anything about him fucking real? Not really. I mean, his crimes are real, I guess. In 2008, in Brazil, he got arrested for bouncing checks to clothing stores. Honestly, also the fact that he's getting away with this while looking like a I'm trying to think of a nice way of putting this. George Santos looks like the Batman villain that like makes evil puppets. Do you guys know? I think his name's Toymaster. No, it's not Toymaster. It's the puppet one. Puppet guy. Yeah, okay, ventriloquist. Except he doesn't look like the actual villain. He looks like the dummy. I don't know. Give him a white fedora. Let's see what happens. How does he get away with this while looking like a possessed ventriloquist doll? I don't know. God. The Batman villain? Yeah. I'm just glad he's getting charged. It really does seem like he should have been charged a long time ago for his crimes and lies. Seems like we should have some kind of mechanism that prevents people from just, like, lying their way into Congress. But, apparently not. Apparently not. Have you heard his gorgeous cover of Hallelujah on Smule? What? Eh? What's he being charged with? We won't know until the charges are read on Wednesday. So he should appear in court tomorrow, in order to kind of talk about, or in order to have them read to him first, and then we'll know. We'll know after that. They'll announce it shortly afterwards. Peep my link for Wild George Santos. This is an hour and 48 minutes. I can't watch this. No, we're not doing that. But I will maybe watch it off stream. God damn. Hey, Raven Wings. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, okay. We got a little bit of a palate cleanser here, chat. And by palate cleanser, I mean, I found like this weird ass trailer for a proof of concept 3D animation series that this creator wants to make, and it looks basically like modern day Akira, but like weirder. So let's take a look. It's called Fisherman. See a 10-letter name. I have no idea what's going on, but this looks weird, and I would watch all of it. I need to watch Mad God. Doesn't that look cool? I don't know what's... Was this made by an AI? No, it was just made by an animator. Just made it a 3D animation blender. Oh god, I really want to see full version of Hidari. The internet keeps taunting me with more versions of the trailer. Ugh, such a cool little thing. Yeah, I feel like I have to be in a very specific headspace for Mad God, which is why I haven't watched it yet. Alright, let's also learn about some salt batteries.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. There's no
And after that, we're gonna get to possibly my favorite story of the night that we haven't covered yet. You guys are not ready for the next story after we take a look at these salt batteries, okay?
shortage of potential solutions to the world's critical need for renewable energy storage. But there is a shortage of accessible and cheap resources to use for those solutions. With the limitations of materials like lithium and vanadium in mind, it's logical to look for alternatives that are basically limitless. How about regular run-of-the-mill salt?
Just a little sodium chloride.
Actually, dude, it's salt.
That's what I said, sodium chloride.
Redox flow batteries, or RFBs, can exploit the abundance of elements like sodium and iron. One US company already has saltwater batteries ready to go, with at least 2 others developing iron flow variations built effectively to run on rust. They promise to last longer and be far cheaper than the competition. So what happens if we go with the flow? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided.
Twitter is a salt battery.
Before we get into why regular old salt may be a winning ingredient to our energy storage needs, it's important to understand what it's up against. 2 major problems hold back renewable energy: intermittency and curtailment. You could sum it up as being an issue of feast or famine. We can't rely on the forces of sunshine and wind 24/7, and at the same time, without proper infrastructure, we lose out on a lot of power when supply overtakes demand. To complete the renewable energy transition and cheapen energy for everybody, we need long-term storage for excess power. And that's where grid storage systems come into play. Lithium-ion batteries are a popular, powerful option, but they can be unstable, both in the cost of materials and on a chemical level. It's just not feasible to rely on lithium-ion as the primary storage option. By comparison, flow batteries are a lot cheaper, and some chemistries can lower or even eliminate the risk of fire. Ultimately, each approach serves its own purpose. Generally speaking, lithium-ion batteries are light and compact. Flow batteries tend to be bulky. That said, they're inherently scalable in ways that lithium-ion isn't. Now, we've covered flow batteries before, both vanadium and bromine, but if RFB sounds more like a music genre than a battery to you, here's a quick rundown of how they work. A redox flow battery, or RFB, takes the form of 2 tanks, a catholyte and an anolyte. Now, these tanks surround a chamber that's split down the middle, and the liquid electrolytes flow from the tanks into either side. The process of reduction-oxidation, also known as redox, sends the electrons from the catholyte to the anolyte when the battery is being charged, and the reverse happens when the battery is being discharged. When it comes to the design, a major edge that RFBs offer is the direct control over their energy and storage capacities. As long as you have enough electrolyte,
cool.
You can theoretically increase the storage as much as you want by increasing the size of the tanks. And if you increase the number of electrode cell stacks, or the middle bit between the tanks, that means more power. There's an overwhelming number of variations in RFP.
It would still be good to have scalable, like grid scale energy storage for a lot of other reasons, even if we had nuclear.
Electrolyte, but vanadium is currently the gold, or maybe the rainbow standard. It has the capacity to exist in multiple oxidation states, which allows vanadium RFBs to function with fewer electroactive components. As a result of how the redox reaction works out, VRFBs last longer relative to other chemistries. For a more detailed look at the science behind this, you can check out our previous video on it. Here's where vanadium, like just pretty much everything else, runs into trouble, and that's costs. The element is notorious for its price volatility. It's one of the most used materials in the industrial sector, like alloying steel, so vanadium's beauty and flexibility does not come cheap. According to a 2016 study, the chemicals needed for VRFBs can represent nearly 60% of the overall cost of the system. Newer research shows that the prices have only gone up. A 2021 study by the University of California, Irvine, found that electrolyte using vanadium pentoxide accounted for a whopping...
Yeah, but if we discover a way to make grid scale storage possible with, you know, salt as the main ingredient of the battery as opposed to like lithium, like that's a huge leap forward for not just like grid scale solutions, but just about everything, you know?
80% of a VRFB's total cost. Now here's where things get salty. US-based company Infinity Turbine has proposed its Salgenex flow battery as an answer to this problem. It functions the same way as any other RFB does, except one of its tanks contains chlorine gas dissolved into a proprietary electrolyte, and the other is full of nothing but good old sodium chloride and water. In the company's words, it's just add water, but with salt. Now the source could be the ocean, geothermal brine, power plant cooling ponds. You get the idea. Now before I get into what makes this salt battery so special, I'd like to thank Incogni for sponsoring this portion of
You're not getting me.
The channel. Now back to a very salty battery. Now, as you might expect, taking advantage of the ubiquity of salt water means saving a lot of money. A 2022 US Department of Energy study estimates that depending on the acid and grade of the vanadium used, VRFB electrolytes can cost between $105 and $180 per kilowatt hour. Meanwhile, Salgenex claims that the cost of its batteries' electrolytes is...
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also think we should be building literally everything and anything anywhere it makes sense. You know? Like that's been my position the entire time. We need nuclear, we need wind, we need solar, we need tidal, we need all of the things. There's not, at this point, like saying we should stop all production on these other things to focus on nuclear. Like, nah, it's not gonna happen. We just need everything. Throw everything at the wall. See what sticks. And hey, salt batteries will help get us there, so I'm all for it.
Is less than $5 per kilowatt hour. It's for
God damn it, Germany, turn your nuclear reactors back on. God damn it.
How the Salgenex battery stacks up to existing products in the market, Infinity Turbine claims that it's less expensive to acquire and faster to deploy than the Tesla Megapack, but notes that the Megapack involves less moving parts. But the Salgenex battery does have a simplified configuration relative to other flow batteries. And unlike most types of RFBs, the Salgenex battery has no membrane separating the electrode. Instead, they take advantage of the natural immiscibility of the electrolyte's fluids to keep the components separated. Think oil and water. On its website, Infinity Turbine argues that the Salgenex's lack of a membrane saves huge upfront purchase costs, maintenance, and consumable expenses. And the idea does hold water. That's because the batteries typically rely on ion-permeable membranes to limit what's known as crossover.
It's a crossover!
Which can tank the battery's capacity. And these membranes also play a big role in the voltage and energy efficiency of the RFB. Striking this delicate balance is pricey. And to put these costs into perspective, a 2014 study found that the ion exchange membrane...
It's true. We should have stories about like honestly, and this I put this blame squarely on the Democrats. We should have gotten through like some kind of massive Green New Deal type infrastructure deal. Specifically around just revamping our electrical grids to move away from like oil, coal, and natural gas, and embracing like nuclear and renewables. It just seems to me like the obvious solution here would be to create standardized reactor components to mass produce. That way we can lower the cost via an economy of scale, subsidized by the U.S. government. We can put people back to work in manufacturing areas that have long been dormant. We can also do things to make sure that reactors come online much faster than they have been previously. Having like standardized like nuclear facilities would help a lot, you know?
Membranes were undoubtedly an expensive component of the flow batteries, with their calculated price coming out to several times more than the battery's plates and electrodes.
I know we already know how to do that. The issue is we need to do it. That's why we need the Green New Deal. It's not a matter of us not knowing how to do it. It's a matter of like actually kicking the economy of scale into gear. You know?
Estimated the future cost of the membranes would drop significantly, but the cost range was still much higher relative to the rest of the battery's parts. Economics aren't the only thing that Saltonex's battery has going for it. According to their website, they list saltwater flow batteries round-trip efficiency at 91%, which is impressive and on par with many lithium-ion battery chemistries.
91% efficiency on a salt battery is really, really good.
The company also advertises an energy density of 125.7 watt-hours per liter, but it is important to note that's markedly less than the average energy density of a lithium-based battery, regardless of what kind. Figures from the U.S. National...
Well, yeah, the energy density is going to be less, but that's because the battery is going to be bigger. And sure, it could lead to like a bigger construction, but I mean, like, you could build like a power facility the size of like the building we're looking at in this still frame, and like be able to see to the energy needs of like an entire city for a prolonged period of time.
Renewable Energy Laboratory, or NREL, between lithium iron phosphate, lithium nickel cobalt aluminum, and lithium nickel manganese cobalt, you're looking at energy densities from at least 210 watt-hours per liter.
Like the big advantage here would be that it's just not made out of lithium. Like it wouldn't be as expensive to build bigger.
To as high as 600 watt-hours per liter. However, Infinity Turbine has unique applications in store. Now, in March, the company revealed its ongoing development of a desalination system that uses the Saltonex battery. With this tech, the same movement of ions between the electrodes that generates power would also produce fresh water at the same time.
What?
But this has big implications for places like cruise ship liners, cargo ships, and military bases.
Oh, that's
and
so
just
cool.
this month,
Wait,
the company
what?
announced that the Saltonex redox process can also be adapted to produce graphene. For example, the fiberglass and carbon fiber fabrication industry...
Wait, how? How can it be used to produce graphene? Show me. Show me the deets. How can we use this to both create fresh water and graphene? I'm sorry. I'm gonna press X to doubt on the can produce graphene bit.
Adapted to produce graphene.
Salgonek had developed a way to produce graphene on demand from its saltwater flow battery. The tech exploits the electrochemical properties of the battery's cathode to exfoliate graphite into individual layers of graphene. The company says it can produce graphene for less than $1.25 per gram? What? I know it's not new. Like, I know that desalination isn't new tech. I'm just wondering how does the desalination play into the energy storage element? That's what seems weird to me, you know? If you have power, running desal is no problem. I guess it just seemed like they were presenting it in a more like energy neutral way, and I'm wondering if it's just like is the fresh water a byproduct of storing the energy? I wonder. In the early 2000s, like the cost to produce a gram of graphene was $100 million. Man, I'm getting so many different price estimates for like a gram of graphene today. Oh, here. Okay, I can buy 1 gram of graphene oxide powder for $167 off of MSE supplies. So I don't know, $1.25 for that seems pretty good. Like I don't know, seems like a pretty good price for a gram, bringing it down by like 100%, 100 times less. All right.
For example, the fiberglass and carbon fiber fabrication industry could essentially use a Salginix battery as both a source of power and a graphene making machine. Infinity Turbine claims that the savings would be serious, cutting the cost.
Yeah, maybe the reaction of removing the energy from the battery can result in fresh water.
Of graphene from an average of $100 to $400 a gram to $1.25 a gram. But take that with a grain of salt, because that still has to be proven out. Another American company is also experimenting with saltwater RFBs, and if you've seen our previous video on floating solar, it's doing so in a very familiar place. In February, ESS, an iron salt battery manufacturer, announced its collaboration with the Turlock Irrigation District, a California-based utility. As part of Project Nexus, the district's initiative is to install solar panels over the state's irrigation canals. ESS's batteries will provide long-duration energy storage. The plan is to finish construction in 2024. ESS will also be installing iron flow battery facilities in Sacramento, California, as part of a collaboration with the Sacramento Municipal Utility District starting this year. So what makes ESS's Energy Warehouse battery so special? Well, like Salginix's battery, it operates with a saltwater electrolyte, but it's using iron salts in the water instead, which is particularly advantageous because iron is at least 2 orders of magnitude more bountiful than vanadium. We're talking about a crustal abundance of about 52,000 parts per million compared to 138. On top of that, vanadium is more difficult to substitute, and remember, we really like it for our steel production. Now in contrast, the ferrous chloride that's present in the Energy Warehouse electrolyte can actually be produced from steelmaking waste. The chemical cocktail in iron flow batteries has the potential to make use of the dregs that's left behind in what steelmakers call pickle liquor, which sounds like something you'd be drinking while playing pickleball. Now, so ironically, what makes vanadium expensive and difficult to obtain is exactly why iron can be so easy to use in RFBs. Where vanadium electrolyte can represent as much as 80% of a flow battery's costs, iron electrolyte makes up only about 4%.
Oh shit.
Now, iron flow batteries are also non-toxic, which is obviously very helpful in light of the high toxicity of vanadium oxides. Now, ESS claims that its Energy Warehouse reduces or eliminates the need for hazardous permits for transport, HVAC, fire suppression, and end-of-life disposal planning. Now, this is consistent with the conveniences of other flow batteries that use water-based electrolytes like zinc bromine. And just like other RFBs, iron salts and saltwater batteries allow for a higher degree of safety in comparison with lithium ion. You don't have to worry about thermal runaway when a battery just isn't flammable in the first place. As for longevity, both the Energy Warehouse and Salginix boast a life expectancy of about 25 years. The Energy Warehouse also knocks other batteries out of the park in terms of cycle life. And broadly speaking, the number of cycles a lithium-ion battery can last is usually limited to just over 1,000 to 2,000 cycles. Zinc bromine batteries can last up to about 5,000 cycles, and ESS holds that Energy Warehouse can last for over 20,000 cycles.
Oh,
That's
shit.
truly the battery
Oh my
that
god.
just keeps on going. And duration is another leg up that ESS claims over lithium ion, which translates into lower costs. The company estimates that past the 4-hour storage duration mark, its iron flow batteries remain cheaper than lithium ion all the way up to their maximum of 12 hours. And when you take all of this into account, you can see why a lot of people are excited about the potential for salt and iron in RFBs, readily available materials that are cheap and safe, which could help answer the growing demand for energy storage. And not to get salty here, but when someone says to me, just go fill in your favorite tech here, like just go nuclear, just go solar, just go whatever it is, it drives me a little nuts. There's not one energy storage or generation option to rule them all here. We need a wide array of options to satisfy all the different use cases that we have. And this salty one may be a great one to add to the mix.
This bald bastard is right.
Even if it's just for flavor. So what do you think? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to check out my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined, where we'll be discussing.
It's true. He did directly call you out, Archangel. I'm sorry. Love you. Salt and iron were pretty Game of Thronesies. True. True. Fun stuff. You know what? We'll also throw this in here because I just think it's neat. They invented the first wooden transistor. That's right. Folks, they can now make computer parts out of wood. It's there's no practical application of this, but a research team was able to create functional transistors out of wood. Okay? They created what they call the wood electrochemical transistor, the WECT. And basically they take balsa wood and then they coat it with, or they remove the lignin from the wood, and they replace it with a substance called PSS, which is an organic conductive polymer. And then, yeah, they basically are just really slow transistors. And, yeah, let's see. With a 3 centimeter long transistor, with a switching frequency of under 1 hertz, these transistors even Treebeard would be proud of. So, like, they're not small. They're actually quite large. And they're very slow. But I think that this is, I think this has, like, a lot of potential, right? Like, I don't know exactly what it could be used for, but there's a part of me that's just like, what if you just made really big transistors and turned like a building into a computer, you know, like incorporated the wooden structure of your, what the hell is Treebeard? Go watch Lord of the Rings right now, Door Kickers Inc. What are you doing? Go watch, get back to me in 12 hours after you've watched all 3 extended edition Lord of the Rings, okay? But also, like, imagine being able to like, incorporate, like, computing into architecture, right? That could be really cool. You could literally have, like, a smart home, to some degree. I don't know, like, what the applications of that would be. Like, it wouldn't be, like, super fast or anything, but, like, you know, it'd be an interesting way to incorporate technology in some way into the very architecture of our homes. Yeah, just let me boot up my house. Hey, and, like, I know we already do that with, like, wires and stuff. I'm just spitballing. Like, there could be cool applications of this that I have no idea what the potential of this technology is, but the fact that we can do it at all is kind of amazing. One of the researchers speculated that this might be something that could be used to, like, effectively, like, program or, like, bridge the gap between, like, computers and plants. and create a way for computers and plants to like electrochemically interact somehow, which could be really cool, you know. Let me just jack into the mycelial network. Let me just jack into the this tree here. Make it grow some fruit. I don't know, just weird. Photosynthesis hacked. Yeah. Oh, actually, that's not a bad idea. Somehow getting like an input to kind of siphon off some of the photosynthetic energy somehow. Jack's jacking off the plants. Yeah, like some of the things we do right now with smart house tech could be done with organic material built from building material. Yeah. You're saying The Happening was a documentary? What? No. A lot of this science stuff flies over my head, but I'm learning. It's just, you know, a lot of the science stuff flies over my head too, Gamer G, but just the potential human beings have is just really incredible. Gives me hope, you know? Okay. Guys, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some shenanigans? Some shenanagrams? I'm about to show you guys a tweet. And then we're gonna jump down a rabbit hole together. Okay? Are you guys ready? Because I don't think you are. I think I know what this is. I don't think you do. Getting my parachute on? Alright, let's go. So, I came across this tweet a couple days ago. And it's just been rolling around in my head for the last couple days. I'm just gonna show it to you because it's very funny on numerous levels, okay? A first date costs a minimum of $1,000 in 2023. From Hotep Jesus. Oh, God. A minimum of $1,000. How do you even spend that much on a date? How? Bitch, most of my dates are free. I saw that and laughed. I'm cheaper than that. Literally, like, go on, like, if someone's got Riz, they can go on a walk for free as a date, and their date gonna have a good time. If you gotta spend $1,000 on a first date, minimum, that's because you don't have any game whatsoever. You have no game whatsoever. Isn't that the Black Israelite guy? I don't know if it's the Black Israelite guy, but Hotep Jesus is absolutely a Black Israelite username, okay? These are the people who, these are the We Was Kings people. They believe that people in Africa are the real Jews, and that the white Jews are all fake pretenders who have stolen the rightful birthright of black-skinned folk. And they believe that whites are a result of the mad scientist Yakub, who flew too close to the sun. We're not going to get into that because that is a rabbit hole in its own right. But moving along here, just scrolling down, looking at this next post. If you're not spending $1,000 on a first date, you don't really like her. And then a link to a site called menoforder.com. And, you know, gotta click on that, right? We gotta see where this goes. We gotta see where this goes. And where it goes is to a website, Men of Order, that sells herbal nootropics. Crush brain fog. Tap here for 15% off. Master focus. And then it continues. A first date costs $1,000 minimum in 2023. Let's just read through this, shall we? If you're not spending $1,000 on a first date, you don't really like her. If you're not paying $1,000 for a first date, I have 2 qualifying questions for you. Is the woman worth at least a $1,000 investment? If she's not, why are you on a date with her? Yo, my partner worth all the money in the world, okay? Because that's how good she is. But I don't have all the money in the world, unfortunately, so that's not something that I can really follow through on. Second question is, are you going to have fun? Dating is risky. What does a first date look like? What does a first date look like? Each party strategically architects the perfect outfit and perfume for the date to send the right messages. Crush brain fog! You whisk her off to a restaurant. Hope you have some good food. Take her home. Close your eyes and hope you get a kiss. Trash! Some of you savages only want her for her body. Less than half of you will actually be presented with the opportunity to fornicate with Jezebel. To you I say, be better. But here's the real game. This is such total whiplash. I could not believe that this was real. I was cackling going through this. Social media has made it so you can communicate with nearly any woman on the planet. You can genetically select a partner from a large population. Bro, why are you so fucking weird about it, though? Is this trolling? No, this is a legitimate dating pickup artist site that is trying to sell you brain pills that make you fucking stupid, if this is anything to go by. Okay. Why would you do anything local? One breakup, and now she's busting your car window in your job's parking lot. Yeah, if you got no riz. If you got no riz, she's breaking down your door. What? Yo, how are you breaking up with someone so badly that she's fucking breaking your doors, bro? Date women you can walk away from. By dating women who live a significant distance from you, you're able to keep enough distance in case there isn't chemistry and enough distance to keep the chemistry. Besides, distance is a hop, skip, and a jump away from if you are a high-value man. Oh my god. So first of all, the fact that you're able to keep enough distance in case there isn't chemistry. Bro, if there's no chemistry on the first date, you don't gotta see them again. What are you talking about? It's not, if you're not dating someone who is in your workplace, you never have to see that person again. Oh my god. In 2023, it's destination dates or nothing. Does she really want you if she doesn't fly herself out? You cover the rooms. That's right, rooms. You get one for her and one for you. Why? Because you never want a woman shitting in your room. Oh my god. Look, you don't get her a separate room so that she feels safe. You don't get her a separate room because you want her to feel comfortable and not pressured to do anything. You get her a separate room so she has her own goddamn bathroom, so she shits there, in the privacy of her own room, and doesn't shit in your room and ruin the magic. This has no. I can assure you, this is 100% real. Take that literally and figuratively. Also, this is insurance in case there is no romantic chemistry. Ah, yes, it's to protect you in case it's just awkward. And to ensure her safety and privacy, sharing a room is possible, but risky. There's that rare chance that people are different in person. Anyway, on the outside, it looks like glitz and glamour. But what she doesn't know is she's about to enter a pseudo-obstacle course. Bruh. Bruh. You've entered my intellectual minefield. I'm basically the dating version of Jigsaw. Do you want to play a game? Oh god. Is this a chud site or a feminist site? It is absolutely a chud site. It's called Men of Order. I thought I misread that, but it does say shitting. No, it says you never want a woman shitting in your room. In a 3-day date, you can find out if she can swim, her reading proficiency, her public persona, morals, habits, and so much more. Why are the first two things you list swimming and reading proficiency? It's just Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you want to play a game? I need to know if you can swim. If you really love me, you will swim a mile offshore and brave the shark-infested waters. Also, I don't know. I feel like maybe by the time you're meeting someone in person, if you're dating someone from an online site, you should probably have an idea of whether or not they can read before you meet them. I don't know, that's just me. Can you swim, bitch? Oh, God. You never really know someone until you go on vacation with them. Have you ever gone on vacation with a friend and found out you actually don't like them? No? What? A $1,000 date is cheaper than a 6-month relationship. Yo, this is so brain broken, guys. This is so brain broken. Some of you rush into relationships with people and find out they're monsters after the fact. And that's okay. If you find out the person you're dating is a monster, you can dump them. That's always an option. With a destination date, you can analyze relationship potential in 3 days. That's money in the bank. Like, imagine being this person and you are like analyzing like how much money it might cost you to be in a relationship with someone, as opposed to like whether or not you want to be in a relationship with someone who treats you right. You know, like, goodness. Step 1, destination first date. Step 2, get evicted because you used your rent check on the date. A 6-month relationship costs $10,000 minimum. After you factor in time lost from hanging out with her, it's way over $10,000. Besides, everyone is perfect on the first date. First of all, that's not true. I have had many bad first dates where the people I went out with were bad. They were not interesting, and I did not like them, and I knew that almost immediately. Second of all, what? Why are you analyzing? Why are you analyzing? It costs you $10,000 to date someone over 6 months? How? What are you doing every night? What are you doing? The Cinderella effect. Every woman has it. They can stay pretty all the way up until midnight, and then it fades. Yeah, they get they get tired, dude. They get tired. They want to take a little nap. They want to sleep. It's called being tired. It's called needing to sleep. Cassafelt VT, thank you so much for subscribing. We should let's get you on again. We could talk about superhero shit. I would like that very much. I like their Superman talk. The Cinderella effect, also known as being real sweepy. Oh my god. Oh yeah, true Archangel. $10,000 over a 6-month relationship is only 10 dates over the 6 months. She wants to sleep. Why can't she just go into a rechargeable nook like my like my fucking Roomba? Women have a social battery. On a full battery, they're the greatest person you've ever met. But let her battery get low and then see what she's like. All people are like this. Yeah, when people get tired, they get fucking cranky. Bang a look, if you really want to know what your lady's like, bang a cymbal in her face like a wind-up monkey at midnight while she's asleep. How she reacts when she wakes up will tell you a lot about her character. Oh god. If you've never seen her on a low battery, then you don't know her. This is how you attract high-value women. Some men use low-quality women as ego boosters, but if you have class and want high-value women, then you have to exclusively entertain high-value women. High-value women want to pay for their own flights, can pay for their own flights, and will pay for their own flights if they have a genuine desire for you. Nah, bruh. Nah. Look, if I've never been on a date with you before, I don't want to fly myself out to some unknown location to spend time with you. What? What the fuck? If she meets your 5 agreements and you two connect romantically, you don't have to say goodbye at the end of the night. Wow, well, thanks for giving me permission. Can you even connect with someone in a short evening? Yes. Keep your $100 cheap experience with breadsticks and marinara if you want to be a low-value man. She going to fall in love with your friend in Jamaica. What? That flies in the face of everything that you just said. Oh my god. This is written by Brian Sharp. Brian Hotep Jesus Sharp is a cultural architect. Many of you know him from his various media appearances. Fox News, The Joe Rogan Experience, InfoWars, Gutfeld, and more. This guy is being put on television to talk about how to be a high-value man. No wonder the right is so fucked. Oh god. Oh fuck, dude. This is one of the greatest websites of all time. One of the greatest websites of all time. I swear. This is incredible. Crush brain fog. Oh fuck. Anyway, I came across this, and I just thought it was fucking funny, and I needed to share it with you guys. It's so good. Perfection. It's honestly perfect content for all of the wrong reasons, and none of the reasons that this guy wrote it. It's not good for any of those reasons. Oh god. Holy fuck. My head. I actually have a headache from laughing so hard. Oh my god. Oh. God damn. I envy Jack's mug so much. You can get your own mug over on our store. riverboatjack-shop.fourthwall.com. You can buy your very own mug. It's good. It's a good quality mug. Get it while you can. Well, also, folks, if you enjoyed that segment and you've been enjoying the show, we've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. I would appreciate it if anyone threw any subs or donos my way. Cross Crescent Creed, thank you very much for subscribing over on twitch.tv. Appreciate it. I'd very much like a fascism is bad pin. I'll see if what I can do. I haven't designed any new merch for the merch store recently. Maybe I'll work on that tomorrow. Here, I'll bring up a notepad. Merch ideas. If any of you have other merch ideas, let me know, okay? Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep, okay? Thanks for being here, and again, thank you very much for the dono. They might be thirsty, naughty, horrible. Well, there are limits to what I can do for my shirts. But, again, this show only made possible by viewers like you. If any of you can throw a couple subs my way over on riverboat.gg, that'd be much appreciated, or any direct donos. Also very much appreciated. Every little bit helps to keep this show going, and I would love to keep it going for as long as possible. I love this peepo. I love all the peepo in chat. There's so much happening right now in the leftist space on Twitter. What's happening, Doodlebird? Why you panicking? I haven't been paying attention to leftist Twitter since I went live 5.5 hours ago. Let's see, not a merch idea exactly, but if we were going to make a game based around your riverboat character, what would it be like? So much infighting? Did someone release a video? Like what happened? Let's see here. What would a Riverboat Jack character be? I feel like honestly, if I were to like conceptualize the ideal Riverboat Jack game, it'd be like somehow a like card game, right? Or a poker game, except instead of the emphasis being the poker, the emphasis is on the social interactions and the way you play poker, not whether or not you lose or win the poker, you know? Technically, she is making a game. True. Are we still doing that as a note? Yeah, I think so. So the card game bullshit? You had to fight one Greek god with a guarantee you would win. Who would you fight? Um, wait, with the guarantee I would win? That's a hard question. I have no idea how to play poker. Well, the game of poker doesn't really interest me at all. It's the social interacting on like a riverboat in like you know, probably like during or like right before the Civil War, you know? I feel like there'd be a lot of really interesting social interactions. Kill Zeus? I don't know. I was trying to think of who the biggest asshole in the Greek pantheon is, and it's honestly really difficult to choose one. It's true. Riverboat Jack Broadcasting Service is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. So Jack, a riverboat murder mystery style thing? Yeah, like a murder mystery mixed with like some like gambling, like aesthetics. I don't know. Maybe you're trying to get away with the murder. Just spitballing here. I'd fight Apollo? Hmm. I was imagining something more like Oregon Trail. Maybe you're smuggling people out of red states. Ooh, maybe Underground Railroad up the Mississippi. I like that idea a lot, actually. Um. Hey. But yeah, Doodleburb, did someone release a video, or is it just like leftist infighting being leftist infighting? You know. God, I have the song "Everything's Coming Up Millhouse" stuck in my head. All white. There was a whole all white leftists are racist video. Was there really? Who did that? Was it Soul Bunny? Someone named Soul Bunny doing a call out of other leftists like Keffels, Voosh, even Shark. Oh, okay. Yeah. Soul Bunny called Shark the leftist Candace Owens? What does that even mean? Wait, what is that? What does that mean? I would like Candace Owens if she was a leftist. Wait, what? Oh, she called him the sea slur? Okay, cool. Ah, okay, the white leftist industrial complex. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Um Oh, God. Oh, it's 47 minutes long. Oh, my God. I'm not watching that today. Okay. Look, it's just I thought it was a shitpost thumbnail. What the fuck? Nope, it's real. It's real. I saw someone else talking about this topic, but I don't understand it. What happened? Some very small YouTuber named Soul Bunny released a video titled "The White Leftist Industrial Complex." Thank you. I'm gonna watch it. You're welcome. Go for it. Do I watch it? I have no idea who this person is. Should I avoid it? I'll take on the pain of watching it for you if you wait until tomorrow. Sounds like she might leave the left. Well, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Look, it's just, man, I literally saw someone today. I guess I could talk about this a little bit, because this was just really, really dumb. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Stance Grounded Twitter account. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that Twitter account. @_SJPeace_. But they've been pretty active on Twitter for numerous years now. Like, they gained prominence because they were kicked out of a Trump rally. Like, they have, like, 300,000 people who follow them on Twitter. You know, pretty big account. Basically kind of build themselves as like, oh, if you don't have a Muslim friend, you do now. Kind of like kind of a thing like that, you know? Brought awareness to different situations going on around the world. And I wake up today and I just see this guy tweeting out this shit. Look at the pronoun agenda and its proximity to whiteness. White people want to appear oppressed. And then someone's like, the pronoun agenda? Yeah, Jake. However the fuck white men need to feel victimized. And it's just like, oh, okay. And now, I'm not sure, like, how many of you guys know about this, but there is a certain segment of, like, and I think it's more prominent amongst, like, Hoteps or Black Hebrew Israelites, where they believe that queerness, and you will also see this in nationalist movements across Africa, they will claim that queerness is actually a Western construct. It is a white construct that is being used to weaken their own you know, cultures and societies. And that white people are purposefully trying to queer black and brown people in order to weaken, like, decolonization efforts, to weaken the sense of nationalism, etc., etc., etc. And, like, that rhetoric was typically used in the past against queers, specifically like gay men and lesbian women, specifically those categories. And now there's been kind of an evolution in the American context, because that's no longer acceptable at all for people to claim. Instead, the evolution of that idea has been transness is a white construct. It is a white thing being used to undermine the true femininity and masculinity of black and brown folks. You'll see this in like Black Hebrew Israelite circles often, but again, you can find it in a lot of them. Off-World Colonist says, "Oh, I've seen this. I'm Latino and I regularly speak to people in South America. There's a huge movement that says the current LGBT movement is about whites needing a way to call themselves as oppressed as ethnic minorities." Yeah. It's quite literally that, except it's not a competition, and also there are queer and trans people of color, like those people exist. Like, the dangerousness of the far right plus oppression Olympics, it's a weird vortex. Yeah, it really is, you know? Wait, did you see the one that said homeless people in America are like landlords under Mao? No? No? Oh, God. Well, Hrundo, you could always try and send a link over on riverboat.gg. Listen, the Latino LGBT community is not small, it's massive, actually. Well, yeah, and, like, that's the other thing, right? Like, this guy, for example, is Pakistani. He's from Pakistan. Like, that's right next to India, bro. You guys got millions of Hijra people over there in that area. Like, Hijra are like a legally recognized third gender, and they have been for like over 1,000 years. I don't know, like what do you want? Like, trans people and the pronoun agenda have been around all this time, but then people point out white people and are like, "You're the transness. You guys are transing everybody. Why are you doing that? You guys just want to be oppressed." And it's like, no, bitch. We've been here the entire time. We would just get murdered. You would have just been fucking crucified outside of our small rural towns like 50 years ago. God. By the way, this guy's a coward, and he deleted this tweet because people started getting real upset. But he later doubled down on the transphobia, because of course he did. Blue checkmark will do hell of a thing to a person. If the white gene branch is the youngest, then gay trans is older than Europe? Look, I don't... Let's not even enter the realm of, like, young genetics. That just seems to be a mistake. We can just look at the anthropological record. My pronoun agenda is to be left the fuck alone. That's my agenda. Never heard of the Hijra before tonight. Thanks for teaching me something new. Oh yeah, Trash Mouse. I haven't brought this out in a while, but I found this a while back, before I started streaming, actually, and it's just a really useful tool. It's from 2015, but it's a map of gender diverse cultures put together by PBS. And you can just scroll around the world and, like, learn about different cultures that had more than two genders, you know? Or recognized gender groups, you know? And it turns out, yeah, there are genders all over the place. Genders you never even knew existed out there. I'm not going to click on any of these pins, because I learned the hard way that some of these pins have naked people in them as like the picture, but not in like any kind of sexual ways. Just yeah, here's a link. Check it out. It's pretty cool, but like, and this is by no means like exhaustive. It's just like a starting point, you know? Like, oh, look at all of these places that had different gender identities. That's pretty crazy. It's almost like gender was never a binary and gender binaries are pretty lame. Yeah, it's true. It is almost like that. So, yeah, if anyone tries to tell you that, like, I don't know, transness is like a white thing, they're just being kind of racist and ignorant. Bookmarking this immediately. I found it to be a really useful tool. So, I'll bring it up again, I'm sure. Well, like, not only is it, like, racist, it's erasing all of the trans and non-binary people of color. Like, it just seems to be, like, horribly, a horrible thing to do, you know? God, we have so many things I need to cover. Holy shit. Okay. Next we have Tucker Carlson. So, folks, Tucker Carlson has announced that he is going to start a new show. He's hiring a bunch of former Fox employees, and he's going to relaunch his show on Twitter. That's right. He is going to be streaming directly to Twitter. And I can't imagine this being anything other than an absolute shit show. But here is his formal announcement of his show's return.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. You often hear people say the news is full of lies. But most of the time, that's not exactly right. Much of what you see on television or read the New York Times is in fact true in the literal sense. It could pass one of the media's own fact checks.
I just have to say, it doesn't speak, look, I'm not even going to try and frame this. He just looks like he is made of the same material as his doors and walls, okay? His makeup is not good. The lighting is bad, actually.
Lawyers would be willing to sign off on it. In fact, they may have. But that doesn't make it true. It's not true. At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie of the stealthiest and most insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated. How does that work?
Tucker, Fox News' lawyers had to argue that no reasonable person would ever believe anything you have to say. And that excuse flew with the court, okay? Like you're complaining about people not telling the truth. That was your job, bro.
Let's see. If I tell you that a man has been unjustly arrested for armed robbery, that is not, strictly speaking, a lie. He may have been framed. At this point, there's been no trial, so no one can really say. But if I don't mention the fact that the same man has been arrested for the same crime 6 times before, am I really informing you? No, I'm not. I'm misleading you. And that's what the news media are doing in every story that matters, every day of the week, every week of the year. What's it like to work in a system like that? After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories.
So, Mojo Bear, well, most of his audience is older, because that's kind of the way Fox News' demographics lean. He did have some of the youngest viewers on the network, so he's like not insignificant number of people are going to follow him over to Twitter. Because also, just conservatives right now fucking love Twitter.
The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it. That's not a guess, it's guaranteed. Every person who works in English language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter, where we are.
Literally, there are a number of places that are far less moderated than Twitter. Why don't you just stream directly on the 4chan, my guy?
Are now. Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation.
By the way, Tucker Carlson is just lying here. Literally, Elon Musk, like Twitter under Elon Musk, complied with 30% more, like requests from the government for like posts to be taken down. Like, they've literally restricted speech 30% more than Twitter's old leadership did. Like, literally censored on behalf of the government.
Conversation incubates and develops. Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets. You see it on cable news, you talk about it on Twitter. The result may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's a bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years to Twitter. We'll be bringing some other things too, which we'll tell you about. But for now, we're just grateful to be here. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no others. See you soon.
Goddamn. He's launching his show on Twitter, folks. He's launching his show on Twitter, but not only that, I've heard a lot of different rumors going around about the circumstances under which he is launching this show. So part of what's interesting is that Fox News fired him, and we don't really know exactly why. But it appears that Tucker Carlson is seeming to imply in some of his public-facing statements that Fox News fired him as part of the Dominion lawsuit. So here's an interesting fact reported by the Wall Street Journal. They reported last month that Carlson's contract with Fox News was worth about $20 million a year. The newspaper reported that Carlson was expected to be paid out in full. However, him launching a show, which is directly competing with Fox News on Twitter, would basically forfeit that money. By him breaking that clause, he's basically forfeiting the terms of his contract. However, it also seems that Carlson is making moves to allege that Fox News breached his contract, in which case he might be trying to legally get them to pay him more money. So we'll see how that shakes out. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, also, there have been some reports saying that Tucker Carlson was ousted from his position because he tried to do some big boy moves within the Fox News organization, and he tried to oust a PR executive and failed miserably. So we really don't know why he was fired. There are so many different rumors. Will Fox News drop the blackmail doc? I mean, if Carlson is pursuing legal action against them, I mean, if they have a blackmail doc, they're absolutely going to drop it, you know? Let's see. Yeah, Axios reports earlier today, Tucker Carlson accuses Fox News of fraud and contract breach. So Tucker Carlson's lawyers are now going after Fox News. Basically, he announced that he was moving his show to Twitter, and now his lawyers are trying to go after Fox News, probably to try and prevent them from claiming that he is breaching contract. They sent an aggressive letter to Fox News to argue that the non-compete provision in his contract is no longer valid because they broke his contract. First time I'm rooting for Fox. Yeah, let's. I hope they crush him like a bug. It'd be real nice. Yeah, also, apparently, according to Axios, on Sunday, Carlson is increasingly frustrated as time goes by with the fact that he has this non-compete clause in his contract, and is allegedly preparing to unleash allies to put pressure on the network to try and allow him to start this Twitter venture. So I'm guessing that his allies have either not come through or will reveal themselves in time, you know? Ideally, we get a mutually assured destruction scenario. I don't know that Carlson has the ability to assure destruction of Fox News. That'd be nice, though. Yeah, the letter from Carlson lawyer Brian Friedman to Fox officials Viet Din and Irina Briganti said Fox employees, including Rupert Murdoch himself, broke promises to Carlson intentionally and with reckless disregard for the truth. Accuses the executives of making promises to Carlson that were broken, and that constitutes fraud. Notably, the letter alleges that Fox broke an agreement with Carlson not to leak his private communications to the media and not to use Carlson's private messages to take any adverse employment action against him. And if that is a part of his contract, they kind of got him dead to rights on that one. Like he kind of got them there. Wait, where did you hear he tried to oust a PR? It was a Rolling Stone piece, I believe. Yeah, here, there's an article from May 7th titled Inside the Deathmatch That Helped Doom Tucker Carlson at Fox. The host tried to get a top executive canned. It backfired spectacularly. Here's the link to it. Read it a couple days ago. It's an interesting read. But also, we genuinely don't know if this is what got him fired eventually. You know? Oh, the letter. Oh, interesting. This is a little spicy. The letter sent by Carlson's lawyers also alleges that Fox broke promises not to settle with Dominion voting systems in a way which would indicate wrongdoing on the part of Carlson, and not to take any actions in a settlement that would harm Carlson's reputation. Carlson says that he was told by a member of the Fox board he was taken off the air as part of the Dominion settlement. Two sources briefed on a conversation told Axios. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, we'll see how this shakes out, but this could be another spicy trial coming up for Fox News if this progresses, you know? Wow, what a dumb agreement if true, but I guess they don't care about it anyway. True. True. Why does this all sound like Tucker Carlson was acting like an entitled brat, and now that it bit him in the ass, he wants to say the deep state controls the media under a liberal conspiracy of propaganda? Well, to be fair, Tucker Carlson would say that anyway. All right, folks, we have gone for 6 hours. Hope you all are having a good time. If you've been enjoying the stream, I would encourage you, consider dropping some subs, make a dono. Let's see if we can make some happen here. Would appreciate the support. Remember, folks, to like the stream over on YouTube, and consider hitting that subscribe button as well, because we got more content coming your way tomorrow. On top of that, make sure to hit the like button over on, or not the like, the subscribe button over on twitch.tv. Because, guys, we are 23 follows away from hitting 9,000 followers over there. And that would just be a nice round number to hit, you know? I'm out. Great show, RBJ. Meccano46, thank you very much. You have a good night. I am losing steam rapidly. But if anyone would like to throw a couple bits or a couple dollary dues, would very, very much appreciate it. And with that, let's raid into Shark. We'll raid into Shark 300. How about that? How about them apples? Thoysum, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You wonderful noodle, you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk more about the Allen, Texas psyop that the far right is talking about. And I'll also try to get like the SCOTUS corruption story in. I've been meaning to talk about that one for literally like 2 weeks now and haven't gotten to it yet. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And hope you all have a good night. And if you are in the riverboat.gg chat, I'll make sure you hop over and we host Shark on the site as well, so you guys can keep chatting with each other. Much love to all of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And you take it easy, folks. See ya. Get some good sleep.